Salutations, folks. Welcome to the table, the D&D live stream here on Twitch, where my friends get to be your friends, and we play D&D, and you get to hopefully
Whoa,
watch
that's a little
them.
far.
I don't want to speak for any of them, but anyways.
I love you all. I'm joking.
I love you so much. Anyways, as we are diving into today, our 18th episode of our campaign here in the Elvish Dominion of Kadazi. As is tradition at my tables, I always like to start every game off with one of my players doing the recap. That way we can all be in the know together. And today, let's see, I rolled a 6, so that comes off as Chase. Did we do it last time, Chase?
Chase did it
I
two
did not.
times ago.
That is, you just can't do it back to back. So Chase, you got the lucky call to recap what had happened last time.
So what had happened was there was fighting, and then there was more fighting, and some extra fighting on top of the fighting. A little bit of death, but more fighting. I don't think I missed anything with the fighting, but there might have been fighting there. I don't know.
I mean, he's not wrong.
It was a big combat session.
Definitely,
that
I was
was
gonna
not-
say definitely was not wrong.
Oh, and I guess Terracon popped out and.
he
Wait, was
tried.
last session the one where I tried to flirt with the Summer Lord, or was that the session before?
That was like 2 or 3 sessions ago, I think.
Jesus Christ, dude! My brain does not work. Thanks, Med.
Ditto.
That's all right.
I just found out on a fucking TikTok that like someone was talking about the depression meds I'm on. Sorry, and they're like, "Hey, yeah, they'll work for you, but you're never gonna remember anything." And I'm like, "Holy shit, that makes sense now."
Aw, well, as long as you can look in the mirror and remember you're a cutie. Anyways,
I still hate myself.
Chase, would you like to comment on any of the individuals that you combated and fought with?
Well, my friends are wonderful people, and they do great things. Besides almost dying all the time, not ideal. The first person we were in combat with was like that strange monkey dude, just kind of flexed on us, and then it kept getting worse. I think that was really the theme of last session, not combat, just getting worse.
You mean the monk?
Yeah, monkey.
I thought I said monkey guy.
Monk-ish, I guess, is another adaptable term. All right. Well, you did fight a monkey guy.
There was a big simpleton guy that just hits people over and over. Thankfully, he didn't get to do it.
It was a shame. I'm kind of a little bit sad about that, actually. But
that would have killed us.
Oh, Damien went flowing down the river for a little bit. Don't go chasing waterfalls or something. I don't know.
TLC? Are we doing TLC right now?
I mean, all right, guys, everyone, go put on your bedazzled uniforms.
I hit the back button again. I'm sorry.
You're good. You're good. All right. Well, do you want to remind us where we had left off, and we'll pick up from there, Chase?
Yeah, that was the one part of the fighting I don't remember.
All right. Well, I will lead us in from there. Go ahead and give yourself a bonus 25 XP today, sir.
I feel like that's more of a 7, but I'll take the 25.
Luckily, as you go up in levels, I raise the average. That would have been like 3 XP at level 1.
Yes.
So we pick back up with the adventuring party known as the Lunar Knights. Moments after their hard-fought battle against the cabal of the Desecrated Circle, the southernmost encampment that you had been informed about to deal with the oncoming threat that had been learned from letters and notes given to you or found in the Accursion Pass, as well as information passed on by the Justicar Olise. As the battle had come to an end, your ally, Terracon, had opened up his box, allowing you entrance into his grove. And we return to the storyline with each of you, one by one, stepping into the box that expands out, and as if you have a brief moment of floating in air before your next step finally finds itself placed on soft ground, just being broken by a field of green grass and flowers that expand out to the familiar grove encircling the pond that currently seems to have multiple tiers of frozen ice-like lab equipment set up, as if he left here and without a chance to break everything down from the last time. As you walk in, he kind of takes a moment and halts you before you step any further. I believe it would be of the most pertinent action that we make sure that we're all necessarily clean before we contaminate any of my research. Please. And he takes a moment. You see him pull out from his pouch a few scrolls. I apologize. I'm running a little bit low on my own spells, so this will have to do. And he begins channeling magic through the scrolls. 2 trees arch up next to you guys and begin raining down this soft, kind of powdery mist of like pink and purple energy that washes over you. Any of like the dirt and blood that was staining any of your garb falls off as well. Gunther, Damien, Dashi, and Moonclaw, you notice a lot of bits of orange particulate beginning to kind of clump up and fall off. And before it hits the ground, a bit of flowers blossom and begin kind of absorbing in some of that natural primal magic energy.
I'm starting to be a real fan of your magic, Terracon.
Luckily, I've had plenty of time to research against the effects of the Jiangxi, and that is part of the reason why I brought you here to talk about this. But first, he takes a moment, kind of stumbles. You see him conjure up a little mound of earth, and he plops onto it right as it kind of meets his hind end before him to comfortably sit. Whew. I must apologize. I did not realize the threat and level of difficulty that you were dealing with. I thought these desecrators were nothing more than cultist villagers that were brought into this coven of hags, but it seems that they have gained the attention of very strong and unique individuals. Have you learned much about who it is that we are fighting with? Not much information, sadly.
So, well, there are 5 of them. We know about the 3 enchantments, obviously. There were 2 of them, Matarax and I believe Geminax, that we fought against there. But we are chasing right now, I think, a Jiangxi monk that is very powerful.
Interesting.
They
All of them. Oh, go ahead.
oh, sorry.
No, feel free.
They're definitely learning from our battles. I get the feeling that the monk and the remaining forces are going to be at that final camp that we need to go to. I get the feeling they're going to be lying in wait for us.
Looks like we will have to think of a more unique mode of attack then. But with individuals like this, I do not see us facing away from a fight anytime soon. We can take what time we need to recuperate, but are you are aware of where this final encampment is, yes?
Right up on top of the spear.
It would make sense with the type of attack that they are planning. He takes a moment. Well, I believe I can speak of what I have learned, and with this information, we should be able to start thinking of a way to counteract the unique adaptive force that is the Jiangxi. But through my research, I have managed to observe the infection process of this very unique life form. I've broken it down into 5 primary stages, where each stage has a starting goal and an end state before it moves on to its next stage. He brings you guys over to the central pond, and you notice him begin to form up these circular sheets of glass that, as he begins to layer them one after another, it seems to magnify, or sheets of ice, I apologize, that seem to magnify the image of what looks to be a small beetle that wings have been almost stained and dyed this opaque orange color, and a small little kind of mound of this kind of thick, viscous, gel-like material is beaded up around portions of its carapace. This stages are, I've noticed, far more visible in smaller creatures. It seems that with larger entities, most of it is held within the body, but with individuals that do not have as much mass and cellular structure to work with, it becomes a bit more external in its show. So keep in mind, everything you're seeing outside of this could very well be inside of any of us at this moment. He goes over, this is the first stage. This is attachment and the stasis. The first stage is beginning by the Jiangxi, where it attaches to any creature that has a form of respiratory or circulatory systems. And as it connects with these cells, it begins to spread throughout all the primary functioning organs and bodily systems that control the sensory functions as well as respiratory, circulatory. Uh, the interesting thing about this stage, though, is that it harbors no negative side effects for the host. So you could be walking around, fit as the day you were before, and still have no issues. But this is a very simple portion, that if it is discovered, a remove curse spell or a lesser restoration should be enough. But when a more aggressive attack happens, you see him take the panel, the bottom panel of ice, and kind of shift it over a few feet, and you come across what looks to be a cut, quite a grisly sight, cut of a hind end leg of what looks to be a wolf or some sort of predatorial-like creature, and in the wound, you can see spreading throughout the musculature and into the vascular portions and surrounding the bone more of this kind of orange material. And you even see, as you look through the magnifications, there's these tiny little sinews of interconnectivity that connect those pockets of orange matter. It looks like from this stage, the Jiangxi cells move into the second stage where they multiply and not only spread throughout the organs, but begin to take over and catalog the informations within the nucleus of each cell. This does come with a few side effects, fatigue and cramping, and you see him kind of pull a vine that wraps around his finger and goes towards the leg and shocks it. And you notice some of the muscles kind of seize up and twitch in a very unusual, kind of alien way against the natural musculature. It seems that it causes some issues between the nervous connections of the body. Fatigue and cramping could be expected, and I have tracked on living matter that this expansion takes no more than 24 hours after the initial 48-hour gestation period.
Nice.
So, if you start noticing any tightness of breathing or cramping, please let me know. Because at this point, it still can be removed through greater restoration or through the other means that you had learned, through the removal of life and spiritual energy and reinvigoration through.
Are we
Arian,
available to take a long rest, dude?
Yes, that was the final thing I was going to go over after these stages. I have enhanced my growth to allow people to rest within it, but I still think it is important that we have at least one or two people outside, so it is not just a box sitting in a field.
Arian, does Moonclaw feel any lingering effects?
If you want to roll me a insight check real quick.
I didn't notice any of this orange shit falling off of me, right?
You didn't know, nope. When you're going through and kind of feeling the cleansing effects of the spells go through.
So either I didn't get affected or it's too late. Dope. Cool.
Who knows?
I guess we'll find out soon, right?
You take a moment.
Jiangxi infected Fear Paladin. Let's get it.
You take a moment, Moonclaw, as Terracon continues his lecture, and you kind of feel within yourself, and as you try to kind of go over your whole body in the way that you often do when you're meditating, kind of tracking down the sensations of each of your different parts of your body. You come to a point just below your heart and above your stomach where once you kind of analyze and feel what's there, you feel this shock in your spine and your vision fades for a brief instant. And yet again, you're greeted to those sickly, yellowed eyes with the ring of crimson around it that you recognize to be the corrupted eyes of Umbra. And as you kind of step away from that, there's a cramping sensation in your chest and expanding down into your stomach and abs. That, as you take notice of it, it intensifies, but very quickly begins to subside and fade.
Terracon, I hate to interrupt you, but I think I might be in that second phase.
He looks at you. Well, okay, come this way. And he pulls you in front of the series of magnified glasses, pushes your face down, lets go of you for a second. You see him kind of wash his hands off, conjure up a few vines that grab hold of your face and kind of moves it in a way so it lines up the reflective magnifying panels with your eye. And he goes on to the other side. Okay, so slight jaundicing, I've noticed. Yellow buildup. Yes. Oh, you should probably be getting more sleep as well, I can tell.
Funny that
And
you should say that to them.
he looks.
I'm going to start crawling into the box.
Oh, we're all already in the box.
Oh, we're in the box?
Yep, we're in the
What's
box.
in the box?
He looks. So, some news for you, my friend Moonclaw. You are not in the second stage. You have already moved far past that. You are in the third stage. So once every cell has been imbued with these young, he kind of turns back around as if he's like continuing a lecture while you're just kind of sitting there on a table of ice. Imbued with the Jiangshi spores, they seem to interlink and form some sort of psionic resonance that is tuned into a very, very unique frequency, such as this. And you see him walk over to this very unique flower that is kind of a mixture between like a lily and a Venus flytrap. It has those very kind of cupped flowers, but there's almost like a mouth-like or lip-like shape to the tips of the flowers themselves. You see Terracon tap on it, and it puckers like as if it's letting out a whistle. Moonclaw, can you roll me a wisdom saving throw? Okay. Everyone else, you just see the flower just there's no sound, just kind of rock back and forth for a second, and then unfurl. You, Moonclaw, hear this horrible screech that shakes you, and that pain instantly builds back up. And for those of you who are looking through the amplified portions of the glass, you just see the yellow in her eyes kind of expand out for a moment. And then Terracon taps the flower again. Tut, 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 tut. That is enough. That is enough. As I was saying, there is a psionic resonance that connects the cognitive functions of the Jiangshi that encodes itself into the genetics of the creature's biology. Also, the Jiangshi take on the primary adaptive traits and survival capabilities of the creature that they are hosted within. So, I guess if our friend Moonclaw here were to be turning into Jiangshi, she would be moving as fast as the speed of sound.
Oh, good.
That
She
is
says in
terrifying.
like an attempt of like trying to come off as
Very good to know.
so
If would it help at all if I just laid against the ice, try to get as cold as I could, and just shallow breathing, just try to slow my body down while you're doing whatever you're doing?
ooh, this would probably be very helpful. It would stop the bleeding that we'll probably have to make a minor incision. Where are you feeling the pain anywhere in particular? And you notice he's starting to kind of press on like your abdomen and stuff like that. You kind of guide him to where you feel some of the pain.
Can I pull
Yeah,
an
yeah.
insight check to see if I'm feeling any of this? It was making me feel uneasy, you know?
Okay. Yeah, go for it. Roll.
Can
Roll
we
insight.
all do that? Because I know I'm pretty positive that I
I'm
have
like
to do
sitting
it.
there just like, but I
We're
kind of
all
feel itchy. What does that mean? Kind of thing.
we're
You
all
know,
worried we
like
have
in this instance
coronavirus.
for no reason. Yeah.
You
Yeah.
know,
My
I haven't
throat's a
been
little
sleeping
scratchy.
well the last few days.
I haven't been
Yeah,
able to taste
if
beer
anyone
for
who
a
wants to
while.
survey can roll me an insight check to see if they're infected. To
At
see
this
if they
point,
feel.
And I have no clue, brother.
Moonclaw's doing whatever he's instructing her to do, and she's just gonna lay against the ice, try to get cold, try to slow every process down.
Abaddon's like starting to panic, but it's like, I think I have a cough.
Each of you guys kind of take a moment and you feel pretty confident that you don't have any of the issues that Moonclaw might be directly facing. Dashi, with your time working with Terracon, you feel pretty trustful that if you did have any sort of minor contamination, what you saw come off from that kind of initial cleansing and sloughing process from the pollen of the trees that he had summoned, you feel pretty confident that it would cleanse you of that. But with this new information, it is very important to keep, vigilant on the possibilities of infection. Wash your hands for 20 seconds, social distancing.
Self exams, guys. Self exams.
Um, yep.
Wait, oh, no.
I don't know if I want to reach in there.
Mm-hmm. But as you guys kind of all go into self-analysis and come to similar conclusions with the help of Dashi with explaining some of the magics of Terracon, and Damien, you just kind of know your body well enough that you're just like, I'm fine. But Terracon continues with you, Moonclaw. You kind of guide him to where some of the feelings were. So I've actually never had the luck to work with a sorry, not an experiment, a patient that is sentient and cognizant. So I have to ask, have you been having any unusual side effects, hallucinations, anything that is cognitive or psychological that I could not analyze from a goat or wolf or bug?
I see Umbra's eyes whenever I have a shock of pain from this, or when I was first blasted with it.
Oh, fascinating. That must be the psionic resonance. Lucky for you, and you just feel this real brief moment of sharp pain. You take 1 point of damage as he kind of conjures like a thorn at the tip of his finger and slices into your skin near where you kind of directed him. Lucky for you, there is no necrosis of flesh. You are not suffering from the typical I guess you could say the side effects of death. For the fourth stage, after the nullification and connection with the psionic force, is host desecration. This is when the Jiangshi kind of takes on the state similar to that of an undead creature or zombie, as some
What did
colloquially
you call the fourth stage again?
a host desecration. It is at this point where the Jiangshi spores have spread into a strong enough state where they begin either feeding on the cellular structure of the host or begin transferring the cellular structure of that creature from something that is humanoid and animal like to more of a plant like cell structure, which is then the fifth stage, immaculation and repeat. The Jiangshi blossoms, and at this point, the spores are able to be spread airborne yet again, and the fully blossomed Jiangshi is now no longer considered an undead entity. Instead, it is a fully functioning plant that is thriving off of primordial primal magic essences. Uh, at this point, in stage 4, we can still save. Resurrection, reincarnation, that is the point where that means is needed. But once the flower has blossomed, there is no way to bring back outside of divine intervention. Your soul is gone, food and compost for the Jiangshi.
That
So,
takes
what I
away
want to
that's the
say is,
idea, but
wait. Would you saying that, does that mean that
Umbra?
that Umbra's flower has bloomed and there's no bringing her back?
That is,
I speak.
without divine intervention, is what he said, Abaddon. We
I
would have to.
understand, but divine intervention is something that is not easily handed out.
The will of a god. Gods sway and push individuals. This would require the hands of one directly. But
That's
as for your
terrifying,
friend,
honestly.
I do not speak in words that I do not firmly believe. From what you have described, and from what I have gathered from the information that your friend Moonclaw had just told me, it seems that Umbra is not only fully flowered, but is the heart plant that this resonance is centered around.
Well, fuck.
Do you think that it is possible,
Go, go, go,
maybe,
go,
that
go, 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 go.
if we kill the heart flower and we are able to perhaps purify the body of Umbra, that we could maybe resurrect her after that with a strong enough magic? Or is the soul just completely corrupted at this point since it has been infected?
So, from what I have seen of the infections rate of the creatures that I had been dealing with, this is the case. The Jiangshi requires the soul as a form of nourishment. The thing that is different with Umbra and perhaps these new individuals that you had told me about is that they seem to still carry a sense
So,
of independence. So who
But
knows?
that may only be a temporary thing until the Jiangshi consumes their soul, I see.
I
'Cause
doubt
I
that the
we might
Aran
run into
Aran.
that monk as just a pure beast next time, we don't know.
I firmly believe that there is more than likely some sort of without a further without a better term, a hive queen of some sort that is orchestrating the behaviors, which whether this is the hag coven that we had spoken about in Fislahan, or the desecrated circle gathering old primal magics. All of this is unsure, but what I do know is that there has never been any creature or disease, virus or bacteria that has ever spread so aggressively, nor have I ever seen something that can infect on such a macro and micro scale.
Does
Whether
she?
it is
Um,
a bug or even plant life or humans and elves and possibly even dragons. Anything that breathes, anything that has life energy flowing through it, is susceptible to the will of the Jiangshi.
that is most terrifying, but there's still a chance for us to defeat it. We would have to cut out the source, but Winclaw, I don't think that you should give up all hope yet on this, because I do think that she might still be savable. And if we can't get a god to interact, then perhaps we just have to become more powerful than one.
I
I
agree with you, Dashi. I feel like there's at least some kernel of Umbra still in there. I She's trying to reach us, I think, in her own infected way. I mean, she it feels like they're targeting us when she's reaching out to us through the psionic resonance. It feels like more than just trying to collect us because we're powerful. It wanted to reunite friends of old and the new. Said something along those lines.
I know
Hmm.
that a piece of Umbra is probably still there with those words. I know that she probably wants to have people that she can trust around her. I imagine that even in a hive mind with people she can communicate, it still makes it hard for her as a person, knowing especially even how shy she was around us. If there's still pieces of her there, then I still think that it is possible to save her.
Anything is possible. With enough research, with the power of magic and science, I could see things as we had once thought to be impossible to become possible. I have seen stranger things happen. Sadly, the rituals and the information based around Jiangxi are very, very, very thin. So, I will continue what I have. I believe I have almost cracked the frequency of the resonance that the Jiangxi used to communicate with each other. Perhaps we could use that as a form of location or figure out what it is they are planning. But first thing is we need to help our friend Moonclaw. She is nearing the end of the fourth stage, and if we go any further from this, we will need to get a new house cat.
I'm in the fourth stage.
You're moving into the fourth stage.
Oh, okay. I thought you said the end of the fourth stage. About to be like, ah! Even more than I already am.
He looks.
I'm pretty banged up. Am I in good enough condition for whatever you need to do?
He looks at you. He takes a moment and investigates you. Have you taken any points of exhaustion or anything like that?
No exhaustion, just a lot of damage.
Okay. Well, your body and spirit is still strong. We will do what we can. He takes a moment and he looks you over. All right, you're pretty beat up. He looks back around. He clenches his fist, and this like pinkish light begins to emanate and seep out from between his fingers and blows towards you. And let me see, just for the sake of seeing if it actually works. 34 sleep damage. He casts sleep on you, putting you to sleep. As he begins to get started, he calls out, are any of you proficient in medicine or the application of natural remedies?
I can help you out again if needed, Gun. But I believe
right.
that Gunther, are you also effective?
I'm
I would
proficient.
need two sets. I need two sets of hands.
Well, that
Yeah.
works out perfectly.
All right, Moonclaw or Dashi and Gunther. So, Terracon looks. We're going to have to remove whatever this mounded structure that is inside of Moonclaw is. Where I am unsure if it is tied to any important organ structures, but follow along with me. He takes a moment and he takes a moment, hands off a few different reagents and items to each of you. To you, Gunther, he hands a number of different bombs as well as some plant matter. He asks for you to crush. If you could begin crushing this up in the mortar and pestle over there, and but next to that there will be some red crimson dust. It is a remnant of a phoenix stone. Mix that in for me. Gunther, if you could roll me a nature or a medicine check to begin that. Wonderful. You begin expertly measuring out and placing in the different measurements per Terracon's instructions. Dashi, he looks towards you. Dashi, I will be cutting into Moonclaw. I will need you to stabilize her using both your magic capabilities, and pulls out a small stone. This should be able to be used as a focus for this nature to allow you to use your spells. I need you to focus on the parts of the body that I am working in and find the pattern that I am working in so we can get this done quickly. The longer she is open on the table, the greater likely we will have of losing her. So Dashi, if you could roll me just a flat charisma check, you can use your using this item as a focus, and then I'm going to roll Terracon's medicine check.
22.
All right, can you roll me a medicine check as well? You see the conjuring of a sharp thorn as they form an incision down the abdomen, just below the chest and just above the kind of lower ab.
Do I have advantage with the focus or no?
No, it just allows you to use your magic in this way for medicinal needs. So as they cut into Moonclaw, you notice the gem seems to naturally spark up in the sign of any sort of injury, and you begin channeling the magic into it, focusing on the kind of dermal layers that he is slicing through. As the skin parts, you notice the kind of muscular structure underneath the first few layers of skin, but there seems to be this kind of like this black tag that is sticking out and poking through parts of the flesh. It takes about 20 minutes of Terracon cleaning it up and you following along to begin moving and cutting through the necessary portions, and you remedying and healing them as you kind of go along. Can you roll me a Arcana check to see how much magical energy you expend doing this? Do you have any spell slots available?
I do have level 1 spell slots.
Okay, perfect. So as you do this, this does expend one first level spell slot as you continue the healing of Moonclaw as the surgery goes on.
If it
He
boosts
calls
it,
out to you. Huh?
I said if it boosts it, I now have 2 level 1 spell slots available.
Cool. He calls out to you, Gunther. Gunther, do you have the bomb finished?
I bring it on over to him.
Okay, as you go, you see that Dashi is using both of her hands to channel into this gem, being held just about 8 inches or so above the sternum of Moonclaw, casting this kind of emerald glow as Terracon, with 2 sets of these kind of scalpel-like thorns, cutting and kind of pulling bits of flesh and musculature away. It is your turn to apply this. Can you roll me a medicine check?
For sure, and I would like to remind you, because I just also reminded myself, I am at exhaustion level 1, so these are at disadvantage, right?
I believe so, yes.
Yeah.
Can I
cool.
assist him then? While I'm
You are doing this.
Can I assist?
I can assist him. I am not involved at all.
Is anyone proficient in medicine?
Oh.
Nope.
I mean, I'm a paladin.
So no.
Damien
If someone
wouldn't
has
be.
like a way to offer guidance or anything like that, I will allow it, or a way to remove exhaustion, but other than that.
Oh wait.
A lesser
I
restoration.
can do. Let me hit him with a lesser restoration.
If you have the spell slot, you can do it.
I definitely do have the spell slot.
All right.
Let
You
me hit him
walk
with
up
that-
as
hit him
you
with that lesser.
see as you see Gunther walking up with kind of this kind of wooden spatula with this kind of thick green, almost like chocolatey colored, kind of ground up mush. You notice Abaddon that he is sweating and very fatigued as he
I'm
begins
gonna
to
touch
move
him
forward.
like we cannot fuck this up, and I pat him and I give him a nice firm slap on the ass.
And as that ass resonates, the vibration moves throughout your chest and shoulders. The teal light flashes, and you remove a point of exhaustion off of Gunther. Gunther, go ahead and make
You
that
got
medicine
this.
check.
I love that it's an ass resonation.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Resignation off the ass.
Fuck!
All right. As you begin applying it, the kind of tag that had been cleared away, you begin to see
It's my
looks
last
like a
spell slot.
really thick black vein, or almost like some form of cordage, like a black bit of cordage. And the moment the balm touches it, it rips free from the flesh. Moonclaw, I need you to roll me a Constitution saving throw. All right. As Moonclaw begins to twitch and writhe in pain, you, Moonclaw, take 2 points of exhaustion.
Oof.
Gunther, can you roll me a strength check as you see Moonclaw begin to seize and convulse? Terracon shouts out, "Hold her down!" and he kind of removes the sharp-bladed fingers. You try to hold down, but the kind of spastic nature causes you to slip back. Can you roll me a dexterity save as you notice the bowl, mortar and pestle begins to slide? You do have danger sense.
I was about to say, luckily I get that advantage. I didn't
Oh, I was
need
And
it.
you
gonna
just
say,
expertly.
also, since you're within range of me, you get a +3 to any save. So
That is true. That is true. Abaddon, you want to stay close to give people boosts to saving throws?
I'm
Your
vibing. I'll
divine
just sit there and I'll just start handcuff
All right.
raving, you know?
Everyone gets a +3 to saving throws. Keep that in mind.
Yeah.
So as you dive down, grabbing it, as Terracon, like even before he can let out a gasp, it's just in your hand. You see him pull back. He looks down at the that bit of what now you've revealed to be is like what looks like a strand of mycelium fungi that seems to be forming into this helix-like shape that is braided around the musculature of the breastplate muscles of Moonclaw. As more of the a few more incisions are made that peel back a bit of her not hide, even though she is an animal, but her skin.
Technically hide.
Yeah,
You're not wrong.
the continuing process begins again. Dashi, if you can roll me a charisma check and a medicine check. Terracon is going to roll another medicine check as well.
Nice. Oh, God. Okay, Dashi. Oh, never mind.
All right, as you continue it, you notice the energy begins to flicker and it forces you to push a little bit harder on your magical energy. Can you roll me a Arcana check with disadvantage, Dashi?
God damn it. God damn it.
The light begins to grow violent and the kind of mycelium strands begin to tighten and contract the muscles. You see Moonclaw's arms kind of naturally kind of seize in a form of rigor mortis. Her jaw opens up and just more of this kind of orange stain begins to spread along the musculature of Moonclaw. You lose 2 first level spell slots. Do you have any magic left?
I just have. Okay, so here's the deal. Last time when I was rewatching the VODs and stuff like that, I and I wanted to check with you on this one first. But I had rolled for a second level spell, but I had used a third level spell slot.
Mm-hmm.
So I should technically have a third level spell slot available.
You should.
Because
Well, what do you mean you rolled for a second level spell?
So I did a shatter and I said I was going to use it at third level, but the third level didn't go through when I checked the when I was watching the VOD, and it still casts at a second level. So I should technically have a third level spell available,
I
but
did not cast at a third technically.
but
All right, I just rolled a d20 to see if you have a second or third level left. You have a third level left.
okay.
Okay. All right. So you expect he had 2 spell levels sucked out of you. As the musculature begins to kind of seize, that mycelium begins to kind of reach out and begins to kind of, you notice it's using that gem as if it's a form of sunlight, just kind of reaching and grasping towards it really slowly. Terracom barks out again towards you, Gunther. Gunther, you have to apply more. We have to that bomb. It subsides the connection that the Jiangxi spores can make. Continue. If you can roll me another medicine check, Gunther.
I'm good at this.
As you begin trying to paint it on, the mycelium kind of latches onto your hand. I need you to roll me a Constitution saving throw.
God fucking damn it, guys.
Keep in mind you have a +3 to this.
You do 17. Have a 17. Yeah, I'm vibing next to you guys so you guys get your buff.
All right. So you pull your hand back before you feel. It briefly feels like this. The mycelium grows barbs and tries to cling into your flesh, but you manage to remove it right as you see these strand of orange barbs reach out of the mycelium. You do still take 8 poison damage.
I'm gonna grab Gunther and be like, "Fucking get your shit together, man."
As this continues,
Sorry.
No, I'm here for you. That's why I'm here.
Moonclaw, I need you to roll me another Constitution saving throw. Keep in mind, you do have Abaddon next to you.
Thank you, Abaddon.
Cool.
I think.
17. All right.
Doing what I can.
You continue to kind of seize as the bomb is still placed onto the mycelium, just a little bit clumsy and not as lathered on as it needs to be to absorb and take in the medicinal and magical effects. You do see strands seem to kind of unweave themselves as if like thread being pulled through stitching removed from the musculature of Moonclaw as it kind of wraps and leaps upwards, almost like a spider, kind of in a daunting, kind of a threatening stance. The left half has been removed. The right half still remains. And so we continue on to the next bout. Charisma and medicine checks from Dashi, and then a medicine check from Gunther as well, and Terrakon.
I can't do this. Jesus
All right.
Christ. I don't understand why my rolls are so shit.
Okay. So
Your rolls have been not that bad.
your energy kind of keeps pushing out, but there's a brief moment where you begin to falter. Because of that faltering, Moonclaw, you will take 1d10 damage. You take 9 points of damage, Moonclaw. But
I'm very bloodied.
The magic kind of passes for a moment, and as that magic subsides, all of the torn flesh and kind of split arteries and blood begins to just flow freely as the table begins to fill with Moonclaw's blood. Her heart begins to palpate and beat a lot more rapidly, which causes, you notice, the mycelium strands to thicken and kind of bolster up. But luckily, right as they begin to bolster up, Moonclaw or Gunther, you come in with a perfect form, coating the mycelium in that gel. You notice it begins to writhe a little bit, and kind of the steam begins to rise out of the musculature of Moonclaw where it's been placed as well. Terrakon begins focusing his energy, converting over to a similar magic style that Dashi is performing as the vines on his hands kind of wrap down and form into this crest on his palms. I need Gunther, Dashi, and Terrakon to make a spell check. So just for us, wisdom check, and for Dashi, a charisma check. Oof.
Nice,
right.
Dashi, nice.
You guys push it through. You notice Terrakon is still extremely fatigued from just the time of his research. But as you guys focus the energy, that balm begins to glow. Some of the kind of muddier parts that have mixed in with the green where Gunther, some of that red powder had been mixed in. That red powder begins to glow with this crimson energy that washes over that entire kind of stranded mycelium. It recoils, and this huge kind of slurping sound emanates as there is about a pear-sized seed that is just expunged out of the torso of Moonclaw. As that occurs, Terrakon calls out, "Contain it!" and he points out towards one of his containers. One of you need to roll me a dexterity saving throw to grab the container.
Got it. I got
Dexterity.
advantage. I got it.
Do you have
Alright, go for it.
advantage on it? Would you
Advantage
have a
plus
plus?
3.
I got that shit. Hell
You
yeah.
got 21.
There's a brief
I
moment.
already wanted to do it, so hell yeah.
There was a brief moment of pause, and Terrakon didn't even get to finish all of his wording. The second his finger started reaching towards the container, Gunther, you grab it. Dashi, you're kind of turning your head as you see the seed stand up like a spider, the strands of its legs appearing to sustain its body weight. As it begins to lunge out, Gunther, you contain the seed as it ting, ting, clatters against the glass. You crank it, and Terrakon then immediately converts into magical healing, casting the Regenerate spell on Moonclaw, as well as pumping in 2 4th level Cure Wounds. So, Moonclaw, you are brought back up with 42 hit points. And he kind of
so much better.
helps you retie your robes back up. And everyone kind of steps back as the sight kind of becomes clear to everyone. The ice table that Moonclaw had been on is now just covered in blood, dried musculature and viscera and these strands of these kind of black, unknown biological material, and a blood-covered glass jar that just has this hanging, vine-covered seed.
So she's just
If
gonna
she's
kind of
awake,
like fall back and like on her butt and just kind of like.
You fall and hit hard onto the ice pond. Moonclaw, you are coming to very slowly. You're a little groggy from the effects of the spell, as well as all of the trauma your body just took, being involved in a surgery where
Abaddon's gonna pick up Dashi.
and pick up Dashi. The elementalist kind of places his hands on the table and looks you over. You notice the kind of magical tattoos that run down his face are glowing very vibrantly, and they slowly begin to fade back down. He brushes his hair back over his long elvish ears and looks you in the eyes, Moonclaw. Well, thank you very much for providing more biological matter for me to research. And I can say, doctor's orders are rest for the night. After a bit more of magical healing in the morning, you'll be right as rain.
thank you for saving my life, everyone.
Well, you're saving the life of an entire island, possibly world. So it's the least we could do. I'll just put it on the doctor's bill.
Fair enough. She's
And
just gonna
he,
find a patch of grass and just lay down.
yeah, he looks. If we are needing to take a rest, sadly, I do have to stay within the grove for you to be able to have access here. I recommend we do take some form of watch, but we can rest up whenever we can. I He takes a moment, not to be picky, but I do think we should probably move away from this camp, though.
I will immediately step out of the box and start and just throw it on my back. Like people that need to get out, I'll start walking to a new location.
Okay. Can you roll me a perception check as you come outside?
Yeah, as soon as I get back in game because I hit my push to talk again.
Good job.
Yeah, you know, dude, that's what happens when I play that game for a week and then we come into this for a couple
Mhm.
hours. Okay, here we go. Boom. Open up my character sheet.
Boom.
Is
Uh,
Dashi
set
nearby?
perception, let's
I
hit
think
Yeah,
he
you guys
said.
are all in the grove.
Yeah, I think. I'm sorry, Moonclaw. I should have been better in that. I'm just so
No,
tired.
no, you did fine.
I'm
But
not paying attention. Don't worry about me.
Okay.
Dashi, do you think Rico's home yet?
Of course. Have you thought of a name for him just in case his aunts haven't been able to do it?
No, that's their responsibility, but I would love to hear what his name is.
I can send him a message if that would make you feel better.
That would be wonderful.
Let
Thank
me
you,
step
Dashi.
outside the grove. I don't think I can send it from inside of here.
You can. Does you just know with how the magic works? There's a slight chance it wouldn't work.
If it's just a slight chance, then I'll go ahead and send it.
Okay. Roll me a d100.
Blech. Do the thing and stop being weird.
Do it. Do it. All right. Yeah, you're fine. Okay. I'll get back to you real quick, Dashi, with that message. So think about your 25 words. Abaddon, as you come out, you sling the box over your shoulders. Is anyone coming out with Abaddon, or is he just going solo? Are they just going solo?
I'll come out with him.
All right. Damien, if you can roll me a perception check as well as you come out.
Oh, I'm rooting on you, fucking Davian. Fuck.
All right. You guys step out the still flowing river. It looks like the scorched, burning trees that were caused from the fight before have burnt themselves out, only, expanding out about a dozen or so more feet from the battlefield that had taken place. The remains are just splayed out over this toppled, burnt down campsite. The only thing I will say, because of where you guys did jump into the box at, and just the passive perception and alert nature that Damien carries, the body of the big guy is gone.
Oh, fuck.
Cool.
Would you let that known to me? Would you let that be known to me? I don't know.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I'm gonna be
Who wants
like,
to-
okay, good to know.
Who
All
wants
right.
to get Summer Lord?
Where are you guys headed? Are you guys going to head north back up towards the mountainside, the two of you, or are you guys just going to try to find
I
a
think
campsite?
I'm gonna talk to Damien about. I think we should find a safe location to bed down for the night where this box can be safe for us to sleep in with watch standards, of course.
Do you want to try to go back to where the soot snouts were making camp, or?
Yeah, why don't we go back? I mean, it can't hurt.
You two make survival checks for me.
Okay. Oh, fuck is my survival? There it is. +0. Let's get it.
You guys travel back up the rocky cliffside that leads up to the headwaters of the Siltbend River as you begin to kind of gather yourselves. You look back over the camp one more time, and it looks oddly kind of the scenery has kind of, aside except for the corpses, so you look about 100 feet past that, the scenery has kind of reset itself to the quiet, beautiful serenity that is prevalent in the Isle of the Elves. As you begin heading back into the rockier landscapes, you travel for about another 45 minutes to an hour, ascending up some cliffs, keeping quiet. The only sounds and signs of life you see are a few migratory packs of the helix horn chital that live in this area.
And we're gonna leave them alone, of course.
And
No reason.
with very little difficulty, you come across an area about a mile off from where the soot snouts were camping
That's
from.
fine.
And at this point in time, it is around sunset.
Yeah, I'm gonna set the box down, and I'll tell Damien. I'll stand first watch if Damien wants to let people know that we're okay to take a break.
All right.
Okay.
As you head back in there, before you arrive in there, Damien, in the meanwhile, Dashi, you had a message you would like to send out.
Rico, it is Dashi with Moonclaw. We wanted to check on you. Have you earned your name yet? Please respond to this message.
You send out the message, and there's a brief pause. You just hear, "Ha! Rico, that's a kid's name. It's Ghost Paw now. Remember?
That is
Yeah, I told
amazing. I am very proud of you.
you can you
love
can
it.
say that
I
to like
wish.
yeah, you just say that out loud. But he continues on. It's Ghost Paw now because of the banshees. Remember, I told my aunts, and they thought it was fitting. I'm now the main shepherd, and I have more training.
Yes, I'm so happy.
She'll
Like,
just
I'm like,
smile. She'll smile to Moonclaw, like kind of mischievously, and just kind of wait for Moonclaw to show interest as a bard would.
She shows interest. Just tired, like eye raised.
let me tell you a story.
So I think that you'll be very pleased with this name that he has received. He may have
Dude.
embellished his story, so he might need to be a bard himself, but it seems that our young Rico has thrown away his childish name for the name Ghostpaw, and he is now the head shepherd of his pack.
You just see like this big smile on her face. I wanted to say we need to keep this place safe for cubs like him, but I can't say that anymore.
He's not a
He's
cub
grown.
anymore.
He's grown. I'm
Classic.
proud.
Classic Rico.
Classic Rico.
Classic
Hashtag
Ghost Paw
classic.
now.
Classic,
Classic
Ghost
Ghost Paw.
GP man, GP.
GP.
She's
Abaddon
proud of him.
wishes he knew about this.
So, you guys had about a lovely 45 minutes, an hour of just kind of kicking back before the grove opens up and you see Damien entering back in. During this time, Terracon has just been cleaning up the site where Moonclaw surgery was performed and continuing restless surgery, just kind of removing the cape and cloak he wears and just down to the simple garb, the kind of white cotton shirt and slacks he wears underneath, and continues his work.
After I send the message, is it possible for me to help Terracon clean with like some prestige, you know?
Yeah, you guys can work together and clean that up a little bit quicker. Stig or Gunther, was there anything you were wanting to do in the meantime?
No, I'm just kind of chilling.
All right.
Yep,
Just
same.
starting your rest a little early.
Y'all enjoying your time as Nezuko?
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys watch Demon Slayer, but
I don't even know what that means.
There's
okay, so
I
I'm
would
basically
guess.
walking around like Tanjiro right now. I'm wearing the earrings in stream, so it's fitting.
Hey
But
there, everybody.
he walks around with his sister on his back in a box.
Oh, okay.
in
Where's
the anime.
where's Damien right now?
Damien
I
just
guess
came
I
back
could be
in.
He just
stepsister.
came in to let you know that we have we found a safe place for the night.
Good news and bad news. Good news, we've moved back to where the soot snouts were making camp. It seems pretty safe. I think it's better than any place I feel, or back to better than where we were. Anyway, and bad news, the big guy's body's gone.
Well, it doesn't seem so
Surprise.
surprising with the way that the information that we
I
just
was
got.
gonna say,
Yeah.
it might be the Summer Lord too.
It could
Yeah.
definitely.
Yeah.
Could really be anything.
We have some good news too, Dashi, if you wanted to tell her about our old buddy. Tell him.
I don't know. Are they really interested? Just kidding.
Sure.
So Rico, do you remember him? Of course.
Of course.
He is a grown cub now, I guess. I don't know how to say it. How do you say it? It doesn't matter.
Not the cub any
Anyways,
longer.
so so he has taken on a new name. You can now refer to him as Ghost Paw, Slayer of Banshees, and
That's
the lead
precious.
and the lead shepherd of his pack.
I knew he would do good. He would go on to do good things for his clan.
Yeah. So,
I do
you
want to
guys-
take out. Sorry.
Go for it.
I do want to take out the rod and the dagger that I got off of the warlock, and I don't know if Dashi would have the ability to do spell slots to do this, but can you use identify on these to maybe see what these are or find out anything on them?
I will have to do it in the morning.
Okay, that's fine.
Also, thank you,
Okay.
Tipsy. We appreciate the follow. Enjoy the rest of the stream.
Appreciate you.
Thank
So,
you.
You
And
guys.
Shando 7.
Thank you,
Oh,
Shando.
bro.
Yes, the Archdruid
thank
of the
you.
Living Gate. So you guys rest up, and within the grove, the beautiful weather. At one point, as you guys begin to kind of calm down and finish up any meals and bandaging any wounds, you see Terracon kind of look up and go, "Oh, probably more appropriate." And just like he's like turning a page, flips the sky from daylight to nighttime inside of his grove, and looks. I'm going to be continuing research. Please just. If you need anything, ask the floating wisps. And continues on his research. The day goes by for anyone who wants to, or the watch goes by for anyone who wants to do first watch. I need a perception check.
I was gonna say I was already out for first
Go
watch.
for it.
Sorry, I went to the
Go.
bathroom.
No, you're
Could,
good. Go
Are
ahead.
you joining me or am I solo in this motherfucker?
I'll help.
Win it,
That
let's
doesn't
get
sound
it.
like a good idea. No.
Roll me a perception check.
Before Moonclaw knocks out for the night, could she do that illusion prayer thing?
Yeah.
Let's get it.
Are you watching
wants to-
twice, Abidon?
Let's take
Can-
hold.
Can you roll me?
I did the
Can
first
both
roll.
of you roll me a d12?
Oh, you bet I can. Anything for you, Daddy.
Hell yeah, brother.
Hell
Oh my
yeah,
God.
brother. I got a sticks.
Okay.
Mediocre.
Well, for all those inside of the grove, it is beautiful weather, a slightly kind of floral, kind of fresh river run, fresh cut grass smell within the grove. For those of you outside, you're back in the kind of warm, kind of growing humidity, rocky mountainscape near the just near the secondary ascent in the Spear of Nilope mountain range. As the two of you keep watch throughout the night, Stig, with your extra keen dark vision from your sorceress origin, you just notice small kind of field mice running around, a few kind of nocturnal predators that don't seem to concern the party too much. But the rest of the night seems to, or the first half of the watch seems to go by actually pretty quietly. Nothing really kind of catches you guys off guard. You get a little bit distracted with just dealing with some of the fatigue. You notice Abaddon a few times during the watch. You kind of have to smack him awake to stay awake, but you, Stig, notice you're getting distracted because you keep getting distracted. So there's kind of this feedback loop, but nothing accosts you. Nothing bad happens. The box is still there. And second round of watch can occur. Who would like to take the second round?
Arian, would it be okay though if Moonclaw did like a prayer thing real quick before knocking out?
Yeah, if
It
you
was,
want to go right ahead, roll me a religion check. Are you doing this within the grove or outside of the grove?
She's not gonna be able to leave the grove. She's gonna make the major or the minor illusion to replicate the altar. But for
Okay.
her first prayer to the light, I know she has to. She knows she would have to use Luna Lumo
Mm-hmm.
to kind of. So she's gonna do her prayer to the light in that state, and then do her prayer to the dark.
Okay,
Good
so
day.
are you you're using the light phase so you can gain back both of them?
Yeah.
Is that your goal? Okay.
Yeah.
So, as for those of you within the grove, there's a brief moment in the dark of the night, the speckling stars over above, and the few kind of floating emerald and azure wisps that dart around this constructed forestscape by the elementalist Terracon. Moonclaw, you conjure forth the familiar lunar altar of your deity, and as you sit before it and begin to go into your prayers, you take a deep breath in, and as you look up, materializing through the void, though this grove itself has no moon, the vision of the moon is encapsulated in the sky and shines a light down on you. And as this occurs, anyone who is watching Moonclaw sees her typical kind of orangish and cream colored and white fur fade into white, all white and silver. The tufts on her cheeks expand out into these long strands, as well as inside of her ears, and she gains this kind of long, kind of split, kind of tuft of white fur on her chin.
It's
She
like a
seems
Fu
this,
Manchu.
around the sides of her cheeks. She kind of gets that like fuzzy cat.
Like
Huh?
a fluffy corgi. How you know how corgis normally have the laid back, but
So
then she gets the cheek.
She gets that long hair.
Yeah, her hair grows a little bit longer as she
I
turns
love
Super
it.
Saiyan 3. Your eyes flash to silver. What is it you're calling upon your deity for, Moonclaw?
She's calling upon the light to please protect whatever is left of Umbra within the hive mind. Please safeguard what remains of her soul.
Roll me a religion check.
Yes, Sailor Moonclaw.
I think she
As
gets a
you
+1 as well.
Fighting evil
Um,
by moonlight.
as you
For,
focus your energy, was there anything else you're wanting?
she's gonna pray to the dark after this when she drops the state.
Okay.
I want to
As
piss
you-
off the
Waiting
dark
for
side.
the winning love by daylight. Or-
There is no daylight for the Moon Mother. As you fill yourself with the energy of the light of Lysandrius, there's almost this subtle chiming and hum sound that surrounds you and encapsulates you that those of you within the grove can actually also faintly hear, almost like the singing scales of a very distant opera singer, just kind of humming and resonating throughout the grove. As you focus on the light, the harmonious energy, the sense of balance and beauty and grandiosity fills you as you feel this swell of pride, this absolute and sense of altruism as you search out this goal involving your beloved friend. And as you focus on the light of the moon, you're greeted by this kind of swirl of air. It's calming and peaceful. But then there's this cold turn to it. The light of the moon seems to dim slightly. But the emanating energy from within yourself seems to grow, as if you're being pushed and challenged by something. There is a oppositional force at play. And as you continue your prayers, the silver light fades from you, almost like a silver line waterfall ushering off of your form. You take a moment, take another deep breath, and you notice the dark portions of the dancing energy begin to embellish and build as you call out towards the dark side. What would you like to pray for on this behalf?
Should I ever reach the 5th stage and am beyond the ability of others to bring me back, I would ask that you scour my body and soul, just as you may have once done with the Ardent. I don't know if I would survive, but I would much rather fall as your weapon than to be used against them.
Roll me a religion check. There's a brief moment as you clasp your hands, as the energy fades off of you. The white light of the moon quickly overtaken as it rotates to the dark black ink of the dark side. Like droplets of rain, this dark liquid leaks from the floating orb in the night sky and washes over. As you look around, this entire front portion of your view is overtaken by the silhouetted visage of this dark, vague, effeminate shape of kind of just the shoulders up of the dark form of Lysandrius. The dark orbs of her eyes focus in on you as you ask for the divine intervention and to be cut down at the moment if you were to fall. You hear a voice enter your mind. Are my followers so weak they think themselves to fail? Remove all thoughts of failure from your mind, Moonclaw. There is no place for it within my pantheon. Speak like that again, and I will not only cut you down, but your friends. You carry my will. You carry my power. Use it and bask in its greatness.
Thank you, my
The energy fades away. The illusion itself giving you a brief moment to stare upon it for a moment more before all divine energy is sucked out of this space. You feel a kind of calm ease go over you, but the still watching eyes of Dark Lysandrius always give an aura of foreboding as you kind of have this moment of anxiety. It washes over into a peace of the ever vigilant nature of your deity.
Last time she was caught off guard, but this time she feels it more as a welcome challenge. She wants to meet those goals. You just see his cocky, tired smile as she lays back down.
So, who was taking second watch?
I wanted to bring it up to Gunther to see if maybe he wanted to take the watch with me. We have suffered a lot together already. Maybe this would be a time for us to relax and just get back on track.
For sure.
Okay, the two of you roll me perception checks as you exit the grove, waiting outside. Abaddon and Stig, you come back in and plop onto the soft, supple earth within the grove.
You're it.
As you two sit there, now kind of in the weird sensation of stepping into a place, and once you step out of it, you're at a wholly different location and environment. Kind of shocks you for a moment, but you've been wandering this area now for about the last 7 or 8 days, so you've become accustomed and gain your bearings on where exactly you are. You take the first few minutes of watch to kind of assess the environment that you have to watch over. Can you both roll me d12s? You guys sit, finding a nice, comfortable series of kind of rocks and boulders to place yourselves upon. And just share a moment basking in the silence. The moonlight and the stars overhead are quite the sight to behold and cast just enough light for you guys to overlook a portion of the valley as the last little remnants of light from the city in the distance of Kadazi proper begin to snuff out, and the torches that ignite in the later parts of the evening begin to ignite and expand down the weaving of bridges and roads that that city is made up of. There's a moment of calm, one of the first moments you guys have had since setting out from Fislahan, and really since finding yourselves together as a group. Each of you, the two of you, gaze around and just notice the wildlife in the area. Gunther, can you roll me a nature check?
Shit. Double shit.
You gaze around, number of nocturnal avian raptors, birds of prey that seem to, every once in a while you noticed, dart down into the distance of the kind of rocky crags, scooping up a field mouse. You take a moment and just kind of bask in the primal glory of nature itself. And the night goes without a hitch.
Uh,
As the sun begins to rise, if there's anything you would like to do during that watch, go right ahead.
and so, just casually making conversation. Um, I, that was a bit crazy, wasn't it? This was your first time working with Derek on in something like this, right?
Yeah. When he asked for like medical or natural affluition, I don't think it's the right word. I thought I'd be all right, but I wasn't. And then luckily Abaddon was able to help a little bit because I was starting to sweat after the whole mortar and pestle. It took a lot of strength.
Uh, yes, I mean, it is always hard, and he always asks you to do it right when you are are the most tired, I believe. I think
Yeah,
that he, I
usually.
think that, but it is always because he is on the line of being about to pass out at the same time. It just stresses me out so much, but I can't,
Yeah.
I have to say that it is always so adrenaline rush that I, I think I enjoy it.
Yeah, me too. He got me mid yawn, so it really kind of woke me up.
For sure. I'm gonna just continue to make small talk for the rest of the evening or whatever.
Okay. And you guys are met by a beautiful sunrise over the eastern mountainscape of Kadazi proper. Did anyone want to do anything before rest was finalized? Anything they wanted to do during rest before we continue on with our day's journey?
I didn't have time to get any reading in, right?
Roll me, which, for the Arcana book?
Yes.
Roll me an intelligence check. Let's see. You had the first part of the day before needing to bed down.
Nope.
You've had a hard day, and you were so frazzled when you wanted to think about reading the book. I just like bitch slapped my microphone. Sorry for anyone wearing headphones. uh, the moment you kind of like want to start reading, you begin searching through your pack, and you can't find your book. And you begin freaking out, and you take everything out. And then finally, there's like this small little pouch in the internal side that you realize you've been keeping the book for safekeeping, and you find it. But by the time you get to reading it, you're just so tired and distracted that no reading of the magical arcane tome for tonight. Sadly.
Okay.
Was Dashi around when Moonclaw was praying?
Yeah,
Did
Dashi, everyone except Stig and Abaddon were there.
Dashi,
Who me?
did
Sorry,
you see
I
Dark
came in.
Lysandrius?
Oh, you were just saying you were.
Did
there.
I see Darkless Andreas? Arian?
No, only you saw. You guys saw like Moonclaw reacting to something, but the presence of an actual visage of the deity was only for Moonclaw.
She
The
was
only
here
thing
last
you were
night.
able to see were the creation of the altar itself, and when Moonclaw took on the light form. All right.
Just had to check.
So, you guys finish up the rest, all regather within the grove after kind of pushing it off into a secretive place. As you sit there, you guys noticed that anyone who was in the zone, the grove, Terracon didn't sleep through the entire night. He just continued research and seemed to be investigating stuff with that seed that was pulled from inside of Moonclaw.
Dig, that might be a good question for Terracon.
Would it be smart for us to make masks before we head off? There's a lot of that spore stuff.
He looks at you.
Motherfucker Philip. Trying to sneak into my area.
Good job, Logan. There's a brief moment where you see him kind of like thinking through quite a few things.
Fuck Philip. Sorry.
So yes, fuck Philip. No, there's a moment where he's kind of postulating and goes, well, I don't think we could create anything that would be a long-standing preventative measure just because of the invasive nature, but perhaps I could throw something together that could help protect for a short duration of time.
Maybe I can assist you with that, and perhaps while we are working on that, maybe we can make some more of the curse removal scrolls.
That will be a bit more time consuming. To input that powerful of a spell into a scroll took me about 3 days.
I was with you. I remember.
Yeah, it was to finish it off, I have to prepare everything as well. That full night of work was just one part of it, but we could get started on it. So as we continue on, this can be the case. Would you prefer to focus on making the masks today and put most of your energy towards the masks, or would you like to put most of your energy towards the scroll making?
A prevention of something is probably better than the. If I mean, I'd like to do both, but I focus on the mask first.
Okay. With the supplies you guys have available,
we need more supplies. We should have raided
yes,
those
this is
bandits.
very important for us to arrive back in Brenna. Even if Brenna is in some sort of fallen or dilapidated state, there are still a number of very exquisite tradesmen there that have their hands on a number of magical tools and reagents that could be coming in handy for our research and cleansing of these land. He takes a moment. Can you roll me 2 D100s?
Me?
Yep. Go for it, Dashi. This is going to be rolling to kind of have him go for his going over his stocks and seeing what he has available. So an 81 and an 88. So as everyone else leaves the grove for the day, beginning their travels, are we heading towards the peak? Are we continuing our journey towards the peak?
I think that is something we would need to do.
Okay.
Does everyone agree?
So
yeah.
We're going to split this into 2 parties. It's going to be Dashi and Terracon working on stuff within the grove, and everybody else traveling out. So if I can get survival or nature checks from everybody on the outside.
While they're heading out, I will hand Moonclaw my map.
And everyone who has a map gets a D4.
Thank you. I am at 1 point exhaustion, so that means disadvantage, right?
No, you're not, because I will take away that from you with a lesser restoration.
Yeah, the you guys in the
Dashi,
morning,
thank you.
Terracon and Dashi
I'm
took
back,
you over
sorry.
and did a little bit of healing. So survival check from you, Abaddon, or nature check.
Survival? Okay. Let me get you that.
Survival plus a D4.
Survival or nature? What is my higher? My nature is the -1, so we're gonna go for the 0 on survival. Let's send it.
All right,
Not
very nice.
bad.
You guys have a pretty successful start to your travel day. On the inside, I need 2 Arcana checks and an Intelligence check. Just flat Intelligence check from you, Dashi. As you guys begin kind of gathering up some of the reagents, it looks like Terracon has a bolt of arcane cloth available, and a mixture of magical herbs that he has begun like powderizing. The 2 of you begin kind of going over some of the magical capabilities of some of the herbs and reagents he has available, and you guys come to some form of conclusion that you can create a mask barrier using a few layers of the arcane cloth and some of the plant matter that can work as a magical filtration system. But the best methodology of trying to craft and create that has kind of been eluding you guys. Can you roll me a dexterity check, Dashi? As you guys are trying to finagle away, you guys are trying to find ways to like sew in.
Not a save, just a check, right?
Yeah, just a check. Yep. You guys, I'll put it like this to kind of just give like an arbitrary kind of number to add to this, not arbitrary, but kind of set the uses. So you guys had enough cloth and materials you believe to make 10 of these. Your guys' first half of your day of testing and finishing up those materials used up you did roll a crit fail, so 2 of those uses. So you guys now have enough material left to make 8. So that was the first half of the day. If you can roll me a Constitution saving throw, Dashi, as the 2 of you begin working on some spell work to enchant the gems and try to see if you can figure out anything. Let me see here. Those of you on the outside begin taking the northern pathways up through the mountain, moving through some of the familiar passages that the map dictates, leading you through a few portions of the Helix Horn Caverns. Let's see. Damien, can you roll me a d4?
Yes.
All right. So there comes a point where you guys have been bobbing and weaving in and out of the passageways, and following the maps and some of the conversations that you guys had at the party, realize that finding the most direct path towards the pinnacle is going to be of the utmost importance. Most of the day you are without Dashi, as she is working alongside with Terracon, and there comes a point when you guys briefly have a stint underground inside of the body of the mountain for about 45 minutes, and it lets out on this high pinnacle cliff face that wraps around the southeastern portion of the mountain and circles back up to the northern face of the Spear of Nilope. As you guys are heading upwards, the beautiful day, summer quickly coming as the blue skies filled with kind of dimpled, fluffy clouds of pure white, the expansive valley below you of Kadazi proper, the trees rustling in the distance, a beautiful wind begins to build up, and the calm wind quickly begins to turn into almost typhoon like gusts and gales. You begin to get buffeted and pushed, and all of you on the outer side keep bundled together as the sky rapidly darkens. The dense cloud face begins to cover the blue skies with nothing but black and dark gray masses. A quick flash of light in the distance, and thunder roars, shaking. As you see another flash in the distance, can I have everybody on the outside roll me perception checks?
I'm
I
about
have
to
to-
perceive real gooder.
I have to take eye notes real quick. I will be right back.
All right.
Wait, do I need a perception as well?
Yep, you're outside. Yep.
You know, Damien, we're pretty similar.
So as you guys are looking, Gunther, you kind of get buffeted to the side, and you know you need to keep your footing on the pathway. So your head kind of just dips down as everyone else is drawn to the flash of light. There's a brief moment where you're blinded, but in the remnant glow, you see the silhouette of a gigantic bird. Wingspan easily about 2 dozen feet across, expanding out. As the light fades, you notice a cut in the clouds, and this loud, ear-piercing shriek echoes out. I need everyone on the outside to roll me survival checks as rain begins to downpour and cracks of lightning begin to emanate out as this bird-like shape begins flipping through the sky. So Damien, Moonclaw.
Do we get the D4 on this one?
No, this is no D4, guys. This is just a flat check. So Damien and Moonclaw, I need one from Abaddon as well as survival check. The two of you manage to keep moving forward, but much of your party begins to break off and trail as you look back. Stig and Gunther are being buffeted and blown by the winds, the water creating this slick, stony surface as your feet begin to catch. Can I have... Let's see here who rolled the lowest. Gunther, roll me a d4. Another crack of lightning pierces the sky. This bolt heading straight for the party arcs off. As you see, it seems to have emanated off of the fluttering silhouette, but the strike misses, cracking against the side of the stony mountainside, sending rocks tumbling down. Luckily, nothing finds home. I need another round of survival check, guys, as you are pushing through. Yet another cry of the bird echoes out as you see this large thunderbird buffet its wings. Let's see.
Does it look like it noticed us?
Yeah, that.
I'll let you know with your survival check.
Yeah, Abaddon. We need
Because I
a
want to
survival check from you, buddy.
Logan,
Yes. What is
can
up?
can I get a survival check, please?
Of course. I thought I just sent one. My bad. Let me get you another one. Weird. I failed it.
All right, Moonclaw, you keep you throw on your hood and you kind of keep your head low, and as you look up, the bird seems to just be circling around the mountain. You're unsure whether or not it is aware of you, but whatever is happening, the storm seems to begin centralizing and building on this large
I can't
bird.
meta this, can I? Like
You're not-
I'm not out there, so never mind.
Yeah, you're not out there. You don't know it. You're in a
Gunther,
beautiful
did
grove
you-
working with a handsome elf.
Gunther, did you cast that?
Yep, I did.
You beat me to what I was gonna do. All right.
You're gonna try to earthbind the Thunderbird.
Yeah, I'm gonna fail, but I'm gonna try and do it.
Or just let it do its own thing. But okay.
Oh, I could, but I really want the storm to stop. I can't see.
I was just gonna pass without a trace, but all right.
As you step up, you stomp your feet into the earth, pick up a handful of soil, and as you let it loose, these strands of like clay-like bands reach out towards the sky as the large bird gets a bit closer. Let's see. Let me just pull up.
Oh,
its stats
he's
real
got
quick.
strength. It's a Thunderbird, so this is gonna be funny.
Oh, it is stronger than I thought.
Oh, like stronger than. Okay, that's fine.
They're huge. They're
Okay.
huge birds.
All right. I guess that's that.
It uses one of its legendary resistances, I guess.
God damn it!
As
What
it
just happened?
clasps around the creature, you just see it echo out its eye. You just see this azure spark of energy as it centralizes around its eye. As it dips down, everything goes completely silent for a moment. Are you
Run,
guys continuing moving, or are we staying where we are?
run.
Well, what's
Well,
he
everyone, roll me
looking
another
like?
round of survival checks, guys.
Yeah.
The ground is slick. There is still a buffeting storm. You guys are having to keep yourself
Are
on
we,
this narrow passageway.
We are on a narrow passageway.
Mhm.
Instead of running, can she try to like wrap rope around everyone? Just give everyone a line to hold on to.
So you are ahead of the party, so you can start preparing that, allowing them time to catch up. Roll me a survival check to see if you can tie a rope in these difficult situations. Easy enough. The party continues moving forward. Stig, I need a D4 from you. So just so you know, it's Moonclaw by herself, and then the rest of the party is now clumped up close enough for them to be near each other. All right. Let's see here. As you guys continue forward, the storm, the thunders yet again, and a quick, brief flash of lightning arcs through the sky, blowing up overhead again, but this time striking a weaker point in the stone as it sends large boulders bludgeoning down towards you. I need everyone except Moonclaw to roll a strength saving throw. Keep in mind, everyone did take a long rest, so everyone is healed up.
We're all
I'm
by
just gonna
Abaddon.
prepare to brace in case somebody falls.
Anyone who is near me gets a +3.
So everyone rolling does get a +3. All right. So, Abaddon, yeah, I need a strength save from you as well.
Sorry, I hit my push to talk again because I'm an idiot.
So, Damien and Stig, you both take 9 damage. 4 damage to you, Gunther. And once we get Abaddon's roll, we'll see what Abaddon gets.
Probably puppies.
4 damage to you, Abaddon. As you manage to kind of brace yourself, rocks and boulders slam off of your backs. Stig and Damien, you guys kind of hit the ground and kind of pick yourselves up, sliding. As you get just within range, Moonclaw begins divvying out rope to keep everyone tied together. I need another round of survival checks, guys, as there's a brief moment where the clouds and the wind seems to stop. Like a sudden
Oof.
Oh,
and
cool.
movement. Stig, survival for you as well.
Yep.
Perfect. As there's that halt, you guys just hear coming from just cresting over the pinnacle of the portion of the mountain that you're on. This large looming figure reaches its talons down towards Gunther.
I'm
Gunther, I
invisible.
need a
I'm
dexterity
already
saving
invisible.
throw.
Oh, can he see me?
Huh?
I'm already invisible. Can he see me?
Are you casting invisibility?
Yeah, I did that right after I did the other thing and it didn't work.
Okay,
Like
then
that, yeah.
we are going to roll a perception check for this guy to see if he can see you. If not, he's going for whoever rolled the lowest.
Me.
Can you roll me a stealth check with advantage? There's a brief moment where you feel that the focus of the creature is still on you. As you look down, the raindrops that are violently beating against you are
Yup.
creating a silhouette of
Yeah,
your shape.
best way to beat an invisible wizard. God damn it.
The talons reach down towards you. I'm going to make an attack. I have to pull up its stats again. Plus 16 to hit.
Oops.
You know, it might miss.
No,
30,
no.
35, does that hit?
Can I use one of my legendary actions? No, it hits.
It's the legendary action.
All right. So there's. All right. As
No,
the
shut up, Ari.
talons rake against you, you take 26 slashing damage and 11 lightning damage. As the bird reeks its claws across you, the wings buff it out yet again as thunder echoes out with each flap of its wings. The rocks begin to tremble. Gunther, your passive nature
I want to
knowledge.
hellish rebuke it.
Okay, go for it. But you also know that your passive nature knowledge with these powerful winds and powerful located thunder cracks, this side of the mountain might be coming down. That's a
Yeah.
dexterity save, correct?
Are we going
Yeah.
for a rock slide?
So
We need to
luckily, it
move.
doesn't have the highest dex, but it does have proficiency in those saves. 22, so it takes half damage. So 4 damage as you just send out this mote of emerald flame that comes out of the wound of the raked attack, scorching the talons of the creature. It kind of clenches its talons up a little bit more. Its head and eyes turn towards you yet again with a flash of lightning as it dips under the cloud line yet again. There's a brief few moments of thunder emanating out. I need another round of survival checks from you guys.
Fuck.
Just trying
Let me
to
double
help
digits.
hurry everyone along.
I'm fucking up.
You guys are trying to usher them along. The thunder emanates out. Another screech of the bird as it billows through the clouds, creating the outline of its avian form of its wings cresting up. As everyone is heading out, it calls lightning down on the entire party.
Yeah.
I need a dexterity check or dexterity saving throw from everybody, and everyone is in proximity of Abaddon.
+3.
And let me look up that damage.
I got advantage on that.
Ooh, all right.
So 16. Hopefully it passed that.
Let's
22.
see.
Everyone gets +3. You're all in proximity of me. Make
DC
sure you remember
17.
that.
So Damien and Moonclaw, you two leap out of the way, and as you do your exquisite anime backflip, the lightning bolt completely dodges the two of you. But Gunther and Abaddon, the two of you take 34 lightning damage.
Oh.
Stig, you take 17. 17.
I'm knocked out.
Oh
You-
fuck. Wait.
Abaddon, pick him up.
Even after fucking a long rest?
I
You
just
just-
also took a talon.
like 60 something damage from the other guy.
Oh fuck.
You see Gunther hit the ground in a smoldering pile, hair kind of charred and little scorch marks in his sideburns. The wind keeps buffeting as the creature is now shooting higher and higher into the sky. You guys see the tempest of the clouds beginning to swirl and create a cone heading in your guys' directions. I need everyone to make survival checks yet again. As you guys are
Abaddon, pick him up.
Abaddon, if you want to make me a strength check as well.
Okay.
Athletics if you're proficient.
We're gonna go with the strength check.
All right.
Wait. Yeah, we're definitely gonna go with the strength check. Either way, they're +4, so it doesn't matter. It's fucking
You
shit.
keep running, holding like firemen carrying Abaddon over your shoulder. The slick earth from all the torrential rain is creating almost like a flood point on this edifice. Several of the boulders and rocks that are being pulled down by this water slam against your ankles and shins, causing you to slip and drop Gunther on a sloped area as his body begins to slide. Roll me a dexterity saving throw, Abaddon, as you're clambering on the ground, reaching out towards Gunther as he's about to topple over the edge. His feet topple over the edge, his hips about to follow as you grab hold of his arm and pull him up, slamming him on top of your torso. As you look up, the bird swings overhead. Abaddon, can you roll me a d4?
Yeah, let me get to that.
Oh, Gunther got his first death save.
Yeah, he
I was
succeeded.
assuming.
4.
A 4. Tempest Storm. I roll a d6 and decide the party member. So in this case, I'm going to make it a d10. It's going to be 1, 2 for Moonclaw, 3, 4 for Damien, 4, 5 for Stig, 6, 7 for Gunther, and then last digits math. So it goes Moonclaw, Damien, Stig. Damien, I need you to roll me a dexterity saving throw as you see this tempest beginning to mount.
You get +3. 19.
The tempest begins to mount. You're beginning to get buffeted off your feet. Everyone, in fact, is just barely standing on their feet except Gunther, who's unconscious. As you see this bird, it flutters just above you, and as its wings arc up, as the tips of both of its wings touch overhead, a strike of lightning cracks down over the bird, and then it kind of creates a focal point and emits a beam of this electrified, ionized energy straight towards you. As you look at it, there's a brief moment. All the hair on your body stands up, and you just duck underneath it as it crashes into the ground, exploding stonework. You dodged the attack and the damage, but I need you and Moonclaw, since you guys were near the front of the party, to make me another round of acrobatics checks as the ground topples underneath you guys. The two of you kind of skip and jump, clambering your way up the rocks to the other side. There's now a 10-foot gap separating Damien and Moonclaw and the rest of the party. You do still have a rope connecting all of you together, but how are you guys getting Stig and Abaddon and an unconscious Gunther across? Gunther, roll me a death save. 2 successes. Abaddon and Stig, how are we getting across this crack as the bird flutters back underneath the ground, or underneath the cloud line, and the assault abates for a moment.
What's the distance?
About 10 feet.
I'm gonna just Misty Step it, because I can't fuck that up, right?
No, you can't. All right, you
Okay.
misty step. All right. So,
Can you stabilize Gunther, Abaddon? Abaddon?
Logan?
He's talking.
Logan.
Logan.
Oh, my bad. What's up?
Hey, buddy, can I please have you focused on this? I don't know if you have someone else over there. So you have a dying Gunther in your hands. Stig just misty stepped across a gap. There's about a 10-foot gap between you and the party, and you have Gunther in your hands.
Can you
Dope.
stabilize Gunther? Might be able to help across.
Let me hold on. Let me pull up my fucking spells here for a second. Let's toss my boy here a cure wounds real quick, level 1.
Okay.
Thought you were gonna toss Gunther for a second.
Throw me off the
Let me
cliff.
just yeet Gunther into the abyss.
And I
No,
say,
no, how
Right,
much
heal
damage
him
will
first and then yeet him.
oh hell yeah!
Yeah.
I can't
Go ahead and roll that heal.
What's the heal for that? Sorry.
D8
Plus
per spell
proficient.
level. D8 plus your charisma.
So +3. Okay, cool. So you get 6 health, brother.
Woohoo! Thank you.
Okay, and then I'm not gonna hold him anymore after that.
All right, you put him down. Gunther, you come to. Right as you come to, all of you begin to hear these sounds of thunder getting closer yet again. What are you guys doing? Are we jumping? How are we getting past the gap?
Fuck.
They're connected to the rope too?
Yes, they are.
We can all brace on this end. Gunther, can you get over here? I think you could probably transform?
Yeah, I could get into a frog and just jump over there because I don't think my stocky legs will get me over this 10-foot gap.
Are we
That'd
wild
be my
shaping?
best bet. Yeah, I'm gonna go into oh wait, one second.
Giant
I need
frog?
to see how big the giant frog is. How big is this precipice?
Big enough for a large creature at least.
Okay, cool. Then yeah, I'll
Anything
go for
bigger
it.
would be squeezing.
Yeah, nope. We'll go with the giant toad.
All right, you giant toad it up. You turn into the form of the giant toad. Abaddon, are we hopping the ledge?
Can you use your wings, or is that they just for
No,
show?
my wings don't fly. My wings
Okay.
cause fear.
Yeah,
You're
yes.
connected to the rope. Once Gunther gets over here, we
mean-
can all
He can
brace.
jump on my back. How heavy are you, Chief?
Fucking heavy, brother.
Okay.
I'm a big motherfucker. I'm a fuck it, dude. I'm full send.
Oh my god, this frog!
All right, roll me an athletics check. What's your strength score?
My strength is a +4. I'm at 18 strength.
18. Oh yeah, make me a strength. Make me an athletics check. With your skill that this shouldn't be too difficult of a jump, but just the difficulty of the rain and the wind is what's adding most to the challenge.
Let's see
Bracing.
how Lauren Jesus feels about my difficulty level here.
Go for
We're
it. Go.
braced.
I'm
Bracing.
not bad.
As you leap into the air, right as you leap, cresting out from the clouds, you see the giant thunderbird's beak just crest up over. Right as all of you are mid-air, right before you hit the ground. I have Damien, roll me a d4.
Gunther, dig in your toad, your spiky toad, brother.
Thank you.
As all of you are leaping, you see the quickly ascending form of the Thunderbird lift up, do an alien roll or an aerial roll, buffet its wings, and in one flutter of them. Can I have everyone make me strength saving throws?
+3. If
For
you're near me.
Gunther and Abaddon get +3.
15.
All right.
Fuck Gunther Frog.
Damien and Stig, the two of you are slammed into the wall with such immense force. You take 18 points of damage. Moonclaw, you manage to steel yourself, digging your claws into the earth. It still kind of drags and grinds you a little bit, but you manage to not fall prone or get slammed into the walls. Abaddon and Gunther, as you two are mid-air, the wind catches you, lifting you guys up and ascending you towards the rocks. Abaddon, you manage to just barely hang off and land on the other side, but you do take 9 points of damage. Whereas you, Gunther, as you're mid-air, your soft toad-like form hits hard, takes 10 damage, and I need a strength saving throw from you as your froggy hands are trying to clasp onto the slick, wet edge. You begin to slip.
Oh,
The
no.
rope goes taut.
Gunther.
Moonclaw, I need a
Right.
strength check from you since you're the only one standing on the side currently to support the weight. You slide forward 3 feet as Gunther slams. Just through sheer will, you begin helping them up. Gunther, can you make an athletics check with advantage?
I'm gonna yell for him to transform back into his normal form. Gunther, change back. You're heavy.
Doing that.
You transform, scale back up, and right as you get back over the crest, yet again, the wings begin to buffet. I need another round of survival check, guys, as you rally yourself and begin running yet again.
Dude, survival checks hate me.
Oof. 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 Everybody fails. As you guys are running, fatigue burning in your muscles, as you guys have just been sprinting across
I
this
rage.
mountainside. You rage?
Yes.
Okay, you go into a rage.
And
Last fucking thing I could do so I don't die.
Anger sprint as you guys continue on trying to keep ahead or out of the line of sight of this creature using any sort of stony or rocky precipice as your aid and ally. The creature just keeps tracking and trailing you down. Moonclaw and Gunther, with your guys' keen perceptions, you notice even through the breaking rain, distorting your vision, there's a cave about 150 feet ahead of you guys that you need to sprint towards, and you might be safe within there.
Fuck.
Moonclaw's gonna go Lunar Lumo and try to just tag everyone to increase their movement.
Okay, you guys see there's a brief moment as Moonclaw is heading the party, almost takes a slight hop into the air as the rest of you pass her. As you pass her, this silver light expands out. She hits the ground with her paws, and it ripples out like silver water over the landscape as she takes each step creating these little remnant ripples as she's running across the top of water. Her ethereal energy passing through you, igniting each of you with an invigorating burst of speed, embellished by the divine goddess Lysandrius. I need
That's fucking dope.
everyone to make a dexterity saving throw. Everyone is near Abaddon for a +3, and I'll say the additional movement speed gives everyone an additional +1. So get
Dude,
your dex save +4.
Do I see it?
Fucking shit, dude, I critical failed.
All right, you guys begin running. Abaddon, can you roll me a d4?
You bet I can, dude. I got
Because you guys are sprinting as hard as you can, huffing and puffing the entire pathway. There's a brief moment where Moonclaw passes through the cave mouth, Damien, Stig, and then you and Gunther taking up the rear. As you begin running, another crack of lightning strikes. It arcs in your direction, but just at the last moment, it arcs upwards, slamming into the stonework overhead. Can you roll me a strength saving throw, Abaddon?
+3, 25.
Very nice. You push through all of the pain as rocks begin slamming into you as a minor cave-in at the mouth of this cave begins to occur. You not wanting to be separated from your friends pushes through each painful step and boulder to the point where the rocks slam and collide down onto your legs, pinning you down for a moment, but you pull yourself out as more rocks topple. You take 14 points of damage,
Fuck.
but pull yourselves inside as there is a cave-in blocking the pathway behind you.
I
You guys
am
find
like
yourselves-
just like blood spewing from my mouth right now, just bleeding on the ground.
You guys find yourselves inside of the Spear of Nilope. Stig, with your knowledge of the map, you know you're just over a half day's journey away, and it is currently about 5 o'clock in the day. You hear the thunders from outside, and as you guys kind of look, there are bits of portions of the collapsed stonework that still allow you to peer into the outside as you see the buffeted wings of this creature yet again, the screech in the distance, a strike of lightning, and another screech in response as you see two of these birds just kind of spiral around one another and dip back down under the cloudscape. All goes quiet. The rushing water that's slowly funneling into this cavern that you find yourselves in slows and dwindles, leaving only pocketed puddles of freezing cold water. Meanwhile, Dashi, inside, you're finishing up a cup of tea with Terracon after
I was gonna say the same thing.
after assessing your guys' plan of attack. Can I get another from you, Dashi? 2 Arcana checks and a Charisma check. Since we're using some spell work now, you can use your spell check. Very nice. You and Abaddon, or not Abaddon, Abaddon's bleeding on the outside.
Yeah, I'm dying
You and
slowly.
Terracon
Don't worry about me.
continue working throughout the day, and you believe you've created a single prototype version of this that should work. So you've used one more use, allowing for 7 more true tested uses. So you have a arcane cloth respirator mask, and it just kind of appears like this opalescent weave of mesh material, and on the inside panel there seems to be a fine powderized kind of layer of plant matter and gem dust that has been enchanted and infused. The art of creating this used up that amount of stock as well. It did expend from both you and Terracon a 3rd level spell, or
Okay.
3 spell levels. So if you prefer to do a 2 and a 1, or 3 1s, 3 spell levels have been expended to create that initial one. Terracon looks. This theoretically should work, and luckily, we know what we're doing. So next time it shouldn't be so taxing. Should we test it before we make sure it's battle ready?
Do you want to try to test it on me? I don't know if or should. I believe that would be the smartest way. I wear it, and then we introduce to some spores. Is that something that you're trying to do here, or are you talking about in?
I would recommend. I feel safe working with some of my magic with the spores here because it is contained, and no offense, I think I have a bit
You
more magical
definitely
capability.
understand magic more than I do at this point.
Well, if that is the case, should we gather your friends, or should we do this first so we don't worry them?
I imagine that they are probably challenging. Well, maybe we shouldn't bother them if they are just traveling, but if they are just traveling, then
Oh yeah,
I'm sure they're
That's-
fine.
It's fine.
I'm sure if we hopped out at this exact moment, it would do nothing to aid them in this journey. Let us continue.
I mean, he's not wrong.
You guys,
We're safe now.
you guys finish up some just kind of any
Sure, nothing
finaling
happened.
test. Dashi, if you want to test this in a controlled environment, Terracon is willing to help.
Okay, so let's do it.
So, as you walk up, you place the mask on. He sits you down in the center of the pool, forms like an ice cylinder around the two of you, forms up a wall of thorns around that to encase them. I'm going to need to rest after this, but I like to take precautions. You see him pull out from a portion of his work table this glass box that has the beetle in it, and that is in the earlier stages. He conjures up some, using some tools being held by some vines, scrapes up some of the spore material, and with magical gust of wind, blows it into your face. As the spores make contact, you notice the mask begins to glow. This kind of faint, kind of rainbowed, kind of dance of light colors. This opalescent dance of light. Can you roll me a Constitution saving throw with advantage and a D6 added to it?
Oof. Oof.
An 11.
An 11. As this begins to work, your eyes instantly begin to sting and burn. Terracon takes a moment, conjures up magic, and places it a palm on your forehead as a seal of magic expands out. The energy is expunged out of you as he recoils his hand. Well, it looks like it's
It is a prototype after all. Or we still have to account for the fact that there are other entry points for the junk sheet to get into. So perhaps it shouldn't just be a face mask. Perhaps on the next one, we can try and develop something that covers the whole face.
He looks. I'll see what we can do. Maybe we can create some sort of thin shielding. We'll continue work. Can you roll me an intelligence check with advantage since he is assisting you?
Natural 20.
Very nice. There's a moment as you guys are working, and you just kind of keep you place your hand on the kind of ice table that you've been working on, and you kind of take a moment, and as both you and Terracon look at it and realize, you begin quickly carving out shapes from the glass, kind of forming up this almost kind of like a full kind of a tribal style mask shape, where there's still the opalescent containment, but you've created this kind of crested cowl of ice that is still visible through, and through a number of enchantments has been stabilized. It is a bit stronger of a magical effect, so it is going to derive more magic from the two of you.
Okay.
But you believe that you can successfully create this with the reagents you have at hand. It'll tap you guys until you can get to Brenna. Terracon is out of all of his reagents, except to cast all of his spells that require them once. That way he is still prepared for anything.
And I still have some reagents of my own, so...
Yeah, and you still have your reagent. This is from mostly his supply of like enchanting and alchemy supply from his research. It'll probably take you guys a full day to construct all of these, and from the information you guys have derived from the initial test, some of the attunements and adjustments you've made, you feel that you can create a mask that can be activated, and when it's activated, it lasts for a slightly erratic amount of time. You guys have pinpointed it from anywhere between 1 to 4 hours, and during that time it'll provide a really powerful barrier for you and any allies against the effects of poisons and the infiltration of Jiangshi spores. Enough reverse engineering of the biological code and the magics and natural remedies that seem to have been discovered by you and Terracon, that you've been able to design this mask. And over the next few days, or next day, you two can attempt to design those. But for those of you outside, as the rain subsides, you find yourselves a little beaten and bruised, but you've managed to avoid the threats and dangers of the looming thunderbirds that call the Spear of Nilope home. Are we continuing our journey, or are we going to try to find a place to rest up?
Can I ask a question about that thunderbird real quick? Is it just one of them or is it multiple of them?
Who knows?
I think
You're
we
not-
saw
you're
at
not
least
there.
two.
We saw them. There were two.
I did not
But
see
you
them.
don't know. You don't know.
I don't
So
know.
just
Dashi doesn't
Megan
know.
knows.
Megan
Dashi,
knows.
you
Dashi
know-
doesn't know.
You know
There's
no
two.
such thing.
I
But
am
the
Dashi
rest-
doesn't know. Dashi
I'm-
doesn't know.
But
I'm gonna say Abaddon would like to rest because he is literally just spitting blood and bleeding out.
Oh yeah, I'm sitting in a pool of it. Like a pool. I think there's a piece of my liver on the ground.
Like out of
It's kinda
character,
funny.
I'm at 7 health right now.
If
I
it's
got you
safe
beat.
to,
I'm at 6. Ah!
as long as it's safe to sit where we're at, Moonclaw would have nothing against resting up for a bit.
all right. So, are we gonna try to find a localized area here?
Yeah.
Can I have everyone on the outside roll me survival checks? Those of you with maps get a D4. So Moonclaw, Damien, Stig.
Hooray
Damien,
for 12.
your map has become waterlogged.
She gets to
and you-
re-roll
I'll
that.
get to reroll.
Oh, you get to
sorry.
re-roll it. That's right. You're a fucking halfling.
Yes.
Yeah.
Shit.
Is that anti-halfling rhetoric I hear?
Yes,
No
it
water
is.
log
Plus a
at least.
D4. Yeah.
Halflings just recently started existing in Arkansas, so yes, there is some anti-halfling rhetoric. So you guys are placed in a portion of Spira Nilope that the map doesn't really dictate too much on. You guys are kind of finding your own ways through this portion of the landscape. You travel for another 30-45 minutes, waterlogged, a bit sore and beaten down, following a very shallow descent that at its lowest point leaves off in a cavern with a sheer 75-foot cliff fault wall on the opposite end that seems to have the only path outwards. There's a cave mouth or a cavern entrance about 15-foot diameter circle that seems to be the only way out of here. And following some of the directions that the map does provide you as far as heading seems to keep taking you guys towards the northern peak of the Spira Nilope. If you guys want to ascend that, I will need a group of athletics checks from everyone, as I have a child outside of my window aggressively screaming for his mother. I hope she leaves him.
Oh, spicy.
Maybe she already has.
Hey, man. I mean, it is the Central Valley.
It's not
You
far.
say athletics?
Athletics, yes. Those of you guys with climb speed have advantage. So Damien and Moonclaw. So, you guys take your time. Definitely
Poor
beaten up.
Gunther.
It takes you guys about 5 minutes of setup and about 10 minutes in total for the first of you to start getting to the top. About 15 minutes later, everyone has managed to work their way to the top of this new tunnel system. As it expands forward into the distance, Gunther and Moonclaw, can the two of you roll me perception checks? The two of you pick up the sensation of air pushing against your face and the smell of fresher air in that following direction. As you guys look around, you guys are in a tunnelway that's about 15 feet wide, but it seems to kind of let out into a kidney bean shaped secondary cavern that seems to be well enough outside of most pathways. From what you can guess, Gunther, with your natural kind of nature instinct, these tunnels were carved by some form of beast or monster, but it seems like it had been carved a long time ago, and you see no signs of any like life forms that have recently rested in this area. If you guys want to set up camp here, you can, but you also do smell fresher air coming down the tunnel system. So if you want to keep going, you can.
Would Justin be here? The Zorn?
You guys are in the general area, but it's when I say general area, I say like you're within like a 10 square mile locale.
Got it.
Justin would probably come to my call.
I imagine we don't want to go outside right now. The Thunderbirds are still flying around the mountain.
Yeah, I think I made a enemy.
Try.
Arch
Maybe.
enemy now.
Maybe.
All right. So, are we resting up here?
That sounds
I
good to
I
me.
think so.
All right. You guys set up your encampment. Dashi and Terracon from your grove, you kind of hear this ominous, echoing, doo, 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 knocking sound. Terracon props his head up, kind of rubs his temples. I have to do something about this. Figure out a way to make that a more satisfying sound. We are being summoned.
If you want, I can. Do you think they're summoning both of us or just me? I can go take a look at this if you want to stay here.
Yeah. I'll clean up here. You do what you need to do.
Okay.
And he goes to work. You step outside, and as you step out, you find yourself in a pitch black, dark, dank cave with all of your friends waterlogged, soaked, half of them stained in blood.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
right. It's dark. Dark vision, Damien.
I will
Only
cast.
Abaddon had some kind of light spell. Cantrip.
Ah, you can see in darkness. Come on, I got you, Damien.
I'll cast my light cantrip.
You cast up light, and it illuminates out into this cavern. Is just this like a few like cave-dwelling like insects and creatures just skitter away from the light.
Dear God, what happened to
Disgusting.
you?
Oh, I mean, you
Well.
must have been having a great time sitting in that box.
Gunther made a
Are
friend.
you jealous, Abaddon? Please
Just a
feel
little
free.
bit. He
Keep
said-
it.
They say covered in blood and water.
Just
Well,
taking off
well.
your boot, just water splashes out.
just like pink water. There's just blood and water just pours out.
Well, what can I help with, please?
Gunther tried to challenge a Thunderbird. And so
Oh.
we had to run across, a small.
You
They're on
didn't
the side
just
of the
decide
mountain.
to use Moonclaws pass without a
All right.
assertion?
He
It's
he
okay,
beat me
I'm
to
I
it.
not-
thought we were
not
being
judging.
attacked, and I thought we were already spotted.
Oh,
Poor judgment call. That's all it
Yeah.
was.
I'll go ahead and
Gunther
start
beat me to it.
casting spells on people to heal them.
Okay, are we taking a long rest
Wait,
or a
are
short?
we long resting?
Yeah, I think we're resting.
It's a long rest.
Did you
It's
guys need some
pretty-
help with something?
I was gonna say I'm at. Like I'm like I literally come walking up, spitting up blood and falling over.
Oh, of course. Level 2 cure wounds on Abaddon.
All right.
I think that's dramatic, but okay.
And cast up that
Traumatic for
magical
me
energy.
to see somebody spitting up blood. I just literally delved into Moonclaw's chest earlier the
I was gonna
last
say,
day.
I was gonna say,
Dramatic. For
Oh,
Abaddon.
dramatic. Oh, yeah, for sure. When is he not dramatic?
So,
I mean, to be fair, I'm
Yeah,
at
When he's
16.
asleep?
health of
16
my
points of healing to
68.
you, Abaddon. And as we set up camp here and get ready, is anybody wanting to take watch or do anything before rest starts?
It might be a good
Um,
idea for me to take the first watch.
This guy says dramatic when I'm at 7 health of 68.
So,
Chill up.
we have
I
I got
Dashi.
6, and you're complaining.
How much is that?
Who else is taking watch with Dashi?
I'll take watch with her.
All right, sounds great. The two of you sit up just outside of the camp area. Can I-
Damien does have dark vision.
Yep. Can I get perception checks from the two of you?
Of course. A 13?
Cool.
All right. You guys take a moment as you're setting up your area and kind of listening to the sounds of this cave. Just the kind of howling gasps of air passing through the tunnel systems here, the ever, occasional droplets of water that seem to be the built moisture from the heavy torrential downpour echoing out. You guys take a moment, and it's pretty quiet. The only thing really surrounding you guys again are these skittering life forms of insects and other creatures that call this place home. It seems locked up deep within the caverns of this underground portion of the mountain. Seems to be pretty safe, pretty secluded, and your portion of the watch goes without any issue.
While they're on their watch and stuff like that, Dashi is going to turn to Damien and say, I think that we may have made something that is very impressive at holding off the Jiangxi. I am very excited about this.
I knew you'd figure it out. You're smart.
It can repel, allows us to see, and doesn't allow it to get into the eyes. And from our testing, probably effective for about 1 to 4 hours. It's kind of iffy, like on the exact time frame, but it should be effective. We are just so short on materials now. It just all of these magic materials, they just consume so much of them.
Yeah, I really can't help with anything magical, so I apologize for that, I guess.
I just might need your thief skills at some point in time to recover them, is all I'm saying.
You need me to steal shit? I got that.
Oh, okay, delightful, because the way that these things cost, it it might be the only way we can save Kodazi is by stealing from Kodazi.
I mean, we'll figure it out. But unrelated, are you okay? Because we haven't really had a chance to talk in like a couple of days. Are you good?
I am fine. I have
Okay.
been nice and dry in a grove for the last couple
Yes,
of days.
you've been working with a very attractive elf in the grove away from us.
Yes,
As we run
quite
for our
cute.
lives.
I like how Damien and Dashi have girl talk.
Yeah, like Damien is straight, but like he's not dumb.
Girl talk.
Are you attracted to Darkon too, Damien?
I mean, I appreciate an attractive man, so.
Oh,
There you
delightful.
go.
It's fair. It's fair. So,
Fair. You can
the
ask
two of
Daria.
you continue your rest with
Oh,
quiet
I'm
and calm,
sending
peaceful conversation.
also sending a message to Acorn.
What are you saying?
I'm telling her I'll do it kind of away from Damien, like kind of like heading back like in between the camps and things, like and I feel my magic is going stronger in my music. I was able to influence a group of mercenaries the other day, and it has been exciting. We may die though, so.
There's a pause and a moment, and finally a voice enters your mind. Dashi, my dearly beloved, you, artist of artists, you keep impressing. I have received letter from Meadows, a new friend. I will be setting up a stage in the ethereal gardens. Some of your brothers and sisters in our little traveling troupe will be performing there regularly. Be well.
Oh,
And the
that is
voice of
great.
Acorn fades from your mind. Who would like to take second watch?
Moonclaw's in for that.
All right. Anyone else?
At some point early in the watch, she's gonna just expend Lunar Nox, just keep the cycle going.
Okay.
Stig will give it a go.
All right. Both you guys,
Two's
please
better
roll
than
me
one.
perception checks.
Man, I'm good
All
at
Ooh,
this.
nice.
Dr. Saunders is watching out for her follower.
You guys, as you step out, Stig, you see the shadowy black and silver shape overtake Moonclaw yet again as you two sit out, awaiting. There's kind of a unusual intensity to Moonclaw's visage in this state, but also for you, Stig, for your magical affinity, there's something kind of almost like magnetic about it as well. The
Which
two of
makes me
you,
think of home.
the two of you continue your watch, and Moonclaw, something does catch your eye. That seems a bit odd. Can you roll me a nature check? Give me advantage since you got 2 natural 20s. Okay,
On fire.
very nice. As
God
you two are
damn.
sitting about, your inky black eyes just look into the darkness and catch something odd. There's this small rodent that you catch just scurrying along the corner of the cave wall and stopped. That seems to be locked on you guys, and had been observing you, almost unmoving for several minutes. This mouse or rat is not naturally found in this location.
Feline agility, claw swipe.
Roll me an initiative, just to see if you can beat out this creature.
Oh my god!
In a brief instant, you just appear as this black orb and this cloud of energy washes over. You look into the eyes of this mouse, and there's this yellow hue to their eyes. You stab into the creature, it squelches for a moment, and then puff into this kind of greenish teal fog that disapparates.
A familiar?
They're trying to watch us. They're aware of where we're at. That thing had to have been infected with the Jiangxi, and yep, they know where we're at. Gonna Stig, you saw that, right?
You know, the strangest shit happens around you people.
Oh,
You're
you're
along
along
with
for the ride now.
You're a little late to the party if you're just noticing that now.
I mean, I was late to the party.
We just hear Abaddon sleep talking this. How does he know where? How does he know what we're
Meandering.
saying?
He's infected with the Jiangxi too.
So,
Kill me.
David takes out a dagger. Well, time to.
do the two of you
Late to the draw.
do the two of you do anything with this information?
Coup de grace, Abaddon.
Stig, do you wanna let Terracon know? I can keep an eye out. I get the feeling he's still not asleep.
I don't know if there would be any benefit to telling him right now. We can wait
How-
to tell the party and get everyone at the same time.
Fair enough. Are we close to the end of our watch?
You have about another 2 hours.
Let's just remain extra vigilant. They know where
Okay.
we're at. They're either gonna watch or they're gonna try something.
Okay. For the rest
Sounds
of the
like a
evening,
deal.
as you continue your watch, all seems quiet. But while the two of you watch, some of the party dreams. Abaddon, as you fall into sleep, the kind of cacophonous thoughts that had filled your mind from the journeys before slip away to bleak emptiness. Something of almost a comfort, since the bindings with your dark pact, dreams don't come to you like they did before. And when they do, they're often of grim, disastrous doings. This time, though, as you're in the midst of a deep rest, the sensation of your body becomes present to this void of darkness. And before you, you see an orb floating not too far into the distance. You pause and stare at it. The energy within it seems to build and compound. You hear breathing emanate from behind you, this deep, guttural voice. from the light. Cleanse with blood. And as you look at the orb, building up like condensation, blood begins to bubble and boil and leak from this orb and spread across into a fountain, creating this pool of crimson before you. The orb seems to grow in size, and you hear two voices emanate in your head. One familiar, the voice that occurred when you had found the orb of Zaluzanza, the rhythmic tones of the goddess entering your voice, paired with this new dark guttural tone. You hear the voice. Your second chance to prove yourself. Conquer. Find the signs. You shall prove and conquer all. The orb overtakes all of your vision, and soon you feel the warmth of the blood flow over your body, the taste of iron fill your mouth as you're caught in this vortex of crimson viscera. Everything goes black. Dashi,
Fucking-
cold water shocks you awake as you find yourself half of your face submerged in water, gasping in and choking on the freezing cold, salty water as you find yourself in a dark chamber. Wood paneled walls of this marred, scorched, white, ghostly lit woodwork. Creaking and cracking of wood and bone and the grinding of stone emanate from all around you as you begin to feel yourself encompassed in this freezing cold sensation. As you look up, an expanding hall shows itself before you. As you feel yourself forced to take steps forward, something drawing you, as if tugging at a leash around your neck. The ghostly white wood panels being slowly overtaken by this respirating, flesh-like mound of bluish and purple-colored, almost like organ-like material that respirates and twitches and seizes, holding together this patchworked hall. The cold gets biting until finally this choking breath overtakes you as the smell of sulfur and brimstone fill your nose. The smell of this unknown, almost chemical-like substance mixed with salt. As you look at the wood panelings, you swear you see the appearances of faces dancing along the wood structure. And before you, a small break in the woodwork, where there's only just this fleshy mound of ground before you. On the opposite side of it, a stairwell of wood, similar design, leading upwards. You hear a voice enter into your mind. I knew it. You return. I saw your spirit dance on the deck of this ship before. Come, child. You have asked for patronage. Claim it. Claim your reward. What do you do, Dashi?
I walk up the steps without hesitation.
You take the steps, squelching on this ground. Each step onto this wood panel, you just hear these sucking kind of gasps of each step, screams in pain as you see what looks like as the wood bows under your weight of screeching souls being leaked out of this woodwork. As you ascend up and take the final step, you push through darkness and find yourself on the top deck of a ship that has been split in twain, held together by the mass of this congealed musculature holding this glimmering white vessel. As you look around, it seems that this vessel is clinging to a cliff face, speared through by this black stone. You hear the voice call out yet again. New soul. Twisted. Turned. All for purpose. All for the design. Keep moving forward, child. Meet me at the pinnacle. And as you look up, there's a crack of this verdant lightning that fills the air as there is this cylinder of gasping and screaming skeletal faces that seems to lift up, creating almost this statuesque form, this obelisk-shaped form that seems to float at the top of this spine-covered mountain. Surrounding it, a cloud of black smoke and green sparks of lightning lurching between the cloud work ahead. At the pinnacle, you see these odd, stacked shapes, difficult to analyze from this distance. The cold begins to grow even worse as frost begins to build up on the sides of your hair, beating up like little jewels in the curls of Dashi's scalp. Do you move forward?
Yes.
As you continue your ascent, climbing near the aft end of this vessel, up the mountainscape through the spined peaks. The mountain seems to be made not of stone, but blackened glass.
Oh, black glass. Okay.
And as you reach the pinnacle,
Obsidian?
expanding out, not obsidian because it doesn't seem opaque. There's a translucence to it still. As you reach up towards the pinnacle, you see expanding and spiraling, toppling and twisting, churning in the wind. What can be best described as a Jenga spire of shattered glass and needle-like structures, almost like thorns and broken shards stacking up and up. And looming, standing on the inner portions of this obelisk, you see reaching up this shadowy shape and sliding in another one of these shards. Balanced. Perfectly balanced. The large silhouetted shape of this muscular, torsoed, scaly individual is caught and contrasted by the smoke and dancing lights of the gasping souls. The major aspect of identifying features are horns that match the curvature and shape of your own. Now, you see the balance, the meticulous nature, every scheme, every plot, stacked on top of one another. My dear, sweet fiend, You join this pile, and you see the hand seems to unnaturally elongate and reach down towards you. Long, hooked talon-like fingers clasping and grab a hold of what feels like that leash that I mentioned before, and it tugs against you. And you see emanating out of your chest, puncturing out what looks like a thick shard of glass. The finger ushers yet again, pulls even more as blood begins to flow, blackened demon blood. Another twitch of the finger, 6 more inches, it pulls out. Every step, every block, build towards a climax. One final tug as this shard ripped from your body, unnaturally incised in comparison to your torso, as the hand clasps it. It looks at it, the glow shining over the face, revealing almost a mixture of a reptile and an elf fused together. Scaly, flattened nose with thick brow ridges of spines, the hooked ram-like horns but covered in the sharded glass-like barbs. The master, Typhos, as his champion. And he flicks a finger against the resonant shard of glass that was within you, and you feel it hum inside you as the voice emanates in your mind. I have chosen mine, the champion of Zethbeth.
You said Zethbel?
Zethbeth.
Zethbeth.
You see the hand reach up and slide your piece near the top of this spire of Jenga-like shards of glass. The head reaches down, lurching at you, a flash of light within the eyes. Soon, the Woe-Maker shall rise again. You are sucked back into this fog of white energy.
Welcome to the team.
That feeling when you want to look up what the woe maker is and then you remember, oh no, we're in natural content, baby.
I know!
And for that, guys, we're going to take a little break. We're going to take a 10.
That's a
and
great
come back.
time to take a 10.
Yes.
All right, guys.
Okay.
So while we transition into this break time, I'm going to switch over to our break time screen. You guys might really like it. It's really cute. And we'll be back in 10 minutes. You guys might be able to still hear the chat going on for the stream and things like that. And if you have any questions, I will be watching on the phone. And if any of our player characters are in the chat, I welcome you guys to answer questions that the stream might have. And if not, go ahead and enjoy this 10-minute break with us.
Yep. I'll just be grabbing
Howdy.
water, and I'll be back for any questions as well. Oof, I have the hiccups. All right. Check y'all later.
Gorgeous.
It is gorgeous.
It is a pretty BRB screen. I love it.
Yeah.
So this is like state mandated snack time. Like, do I have to have a snack, or is it only if I want
It's
to?
just encouraged to have a
It's state
snack.
mandated. There's a fine if you don't do it.
Do you
Oh,
not want snacks?
Yeah.
What?
well, I don't know.
Get them
It's really
snacks,
difficult.
bro.
By
Yeah,
like
I
the
know.
time, by like the time it ends, then I'll know.
Yeah, it's rather inconvenient.
I'll be back.
Wait a second. He has blue hair.
Yes, I do.
You're not alone, Arian. Fear not.
The sleeper has awakened.
They came from
Behind.
behind.
Well, hope everyone who is here is enjoying the session so far.
I mean, it's been a blast. I prefer not to get fucked down by fucking Thunderbirds, but you know,
Hey.
that's not how life works out for all of us.
Hey, man, things sometimes go certain ways.
Yup. You could say that about 17,000 more times and it still makes sense.
Mm-hmm. I mean, that's what D&D is.
Fighting Thunderbirds even when you don't want to.
Oh, yeah, I mean, you know, it's the journey. It's all about the journey.
Parties make
didn't con-
decisions. Sometimes there are decisions you want, and sometimes there are decisions you don't want.
That's fair.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, are we, is our audio still live?
Yes.
Probably, maybe.
Okay.
So we can't really get into those hot and steamy discussions.
Oh, well, I guess I'll have to come back to that later, you know?
And an under the
Thank you.
table chat.
Yeah, and under the table. So lewd. So crude and...
I hope it doesn't get us booed.
Yeah, but we're here for you, dude.
Yeah,
After we
I
have
ain't got
some
nothing.
food. After we have some food.
In the nude?
I think we should. Thank you, Rachel. I appreciate, and you are great as always as well. You have positive energy that is always appreciated. And I think you're also like one of the #1 fans on our Facebook page. So good for that. Good for you. My phone. How's my phone doing?
It's probably being a phone.
You know, my phone doesn't really do that often.
Wait, is it a transformer?
My phone is just hot fucking garbage. A kindergartner stole it, and it's been beat up ever since.
Wait. They let you go back to kindergarten? Do you still get naps there?
Yes, you do. But then they get really mad once they find out you've been sneaking into the kindergarten room while they've been on lunch break.
Oh, yeah, I'll just leave that one alone. I'll just leave that alone.
I think we should.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I've had a lot of bad ideas in my life, and we're not gonna, make that one.
Well, we're doing our best. Been enjoying that little surgery encounter in the very beginning. That was always a good time.
Getting up to your elbows in Moonclaw?
Oh yeah.
It's what everyone dreams of, right?
That's why we have the furry fan page in our Patreon.
Wait, there is? Hold on.
Yeah, just donate $10 a month to our stream, and we'll send you all the Moonclaw furry lewd art that you could dream of. Or not lewd art. It could be wholesome. It could be wholesome art.
It could be, but he's only half lying.
Wait, which half?
It's really like 1/4 lying.
None of it, actually.
You excited about the woe maker, Matthew?
Oh yes, as always, whenever you bring up my demon friends, I get really excited.
It's always a good time.
Is it just some dude that walks through and goes, "Whoa," a la Keanu Reeves?
Yeah.
That's way cooler. Which is, it's hard to believe and hard to picture.
No, it's definitely Owen Wilson going, wow.
Wow.
That's closer, actually.
Oh my gosh. Yep. Hey man, I got hell to play with now, and I have you to thank for that, because your player character invented hell.
I'm here to help. I'm
You're
also
here to
just
help.
happy to be here.
Ugh.
I
It
have
is actually
cheese.
toasty as hell in my bedroom.
Do you have anything to say, buddy? Nope.
What was that?
I put the microphone to Mikey to see if he would talk to y'all, but he didn't
Oh.
want to today.
Meow meow, kitty. Meow meow. Oh, I drank all my coffee. I guess I'll drink water like a good person.
Switch to wine.
The wine is unavailable to me. Ooh boy, I love hydration. Nothing more than wet in my whistle. Believe we got like 3 more minutes before we'll be back, guys. In the meantime, if anyone in the audience wants to ask any questions about D&D in general or about the stream and narrative, we can fill in any plot holes that might be available to those who have not been watching our stream from the beginning. And those of you who have been watching the stream from the very beginning, thank you very much. We appreciate your time. And we're about to bring back some quality entertainment here in just a few minutes.
Oh, you goddamn right.
Once we get confirmation that Travis and Megan, Dashi, and Moonclaw are back, we will be good
Hola.
to go. Oh, hello there.
Dab.
What a surprise seeing you here. Sorry that I had to
Man.
do surgery on your character, Travis.
Hey, she's alive. She's happy about that.
Yeah.
Man, she's feeling really emboldened after hearing Dark Lysandrius.
I mean,
All right,
that's what she's here for. She's like the get hype, do it yourself goddess. Like,
that's what Moonclaw's working on, is to be a little more proud of herself and more accepting of the things that she
Well.
feels.
if you're looking for a path to self-imposed positivity, Lysandrius is an excellent deity for that, seeing as how she is very into herself.
I mean, that's part of what she needs.
Yeah, man. Self-actualization and self-affirmation are very important things, both in fantasy world and in real life.
Yeah.
But what if there is no self?
I'm gonna
well,
turn
the
the
self is-
stream back on for you guys and stuff like that, but my dog is being an asshole, so I'm here, but I'm not I'm
You're
not
telling
there.
me that Iron is being an asshole? I don't believe you.
Yeah, I know, right?
Tell Ian to chill.
Fine.
I'm just is going on a puppy adventure right now, and
Oh, he's gonna go play with the deer.
yeah,
He likes the woods.
he does like the woods.
He's gotta help the fairies right in the battle.
That's true. He does have a full fairy collar, so
Yeah.
Well, he'll do
Iron
well against dragon.
is a fucking war beast for fairies.
An absolute
No.
fucking unit.
Fucking unit.
Y'all, I got chocolate and I'm trying to not eat the whole thing, but I only have this much left of the bunny and I'm really tempted.
That is
Just
a,
put
that
it
is
somewhere
a,
where you're not gonna be.
But
Just
it's
hitting the fucking-
look, it's gold, man.
I'm hitting a dab. I just ate a couple Thin Mints.
Gold does nothing for me.
Okay, no. So I ran into my drug dealer at the
wow, wow, we
Someone stopped watching when you said that.
I met,
things that have to be edited off of
I
YouTube.
met Girl
His
Scouts.
pharmacy.
I meant Girl Scouts. Let me finish. Fuck. So they got a new drug on the market.
They're
Have you
friendly
tried their
local
new-
street
it's like-
pharmacist.
they're called Toastiers, and they're
Oh.
French toast flavored cookies, like next level shit, like gonna fucking change your life shit. Like that's
think you
not
broke
that's
Matt.
no cap.
Gonna
Think you broke-
mainline it.
I think you broke some Matthew.
You gonna boost it?
Like honestly, if you see a Girl Scout out there, you ask for those Toastiers and you get them and you change your goddamn life, because I'm not lying to you motherfuckers. Like I saw
Not
them at the
sponsored,
farmers market.
but
I'm
we
like,
could be.
goddamn, my drug dealer out here at the farmers market, get me some cookies.
I like the dozy does.
Well, with that beautiful anecdote, I believe we're all ready to get back into the game. If so, welcome back, everybody, to the table. We pick back up with the party, the Lunar Knights, in the somewhat damp cavern underneath the peak spear, or the pinnacle peak of the Spear of Nilope. Everyone's rest has come to an end. Everyone has gained the benefits of a long rest. Though Abaddon and Dashi, you kind of stir a little bit slower than normal this morning. As the day is ahead of you, what would we like to do, guys?
So we're definitely being watched, and I'm pretty certain the Jiangxi know where we are and where we're heading.
Flap, flap, flap.
Are you surprised?
No, but there was a rat watching us for quite some time, and it was definitely infected. I killed it, but I'm certain they know.
We have some nice confirmation, though. It's nice to know.
Well, food for thought. Either way, it doesn't change our objective, and I'm sure they already know we're on our way to destroy everything they're working on. So,
Going to the spear, you mean? Where the other encampment is?
yep.
How far are we away from the other
Half a
encampment?
day travel is what he said earlier.
Maybe we should take like a sidebar and make some kind of a plan instead of just running in guns blazing like we have been.
Go in with extra spells like ice bombs.
Wait
The
for
Hurley.
nighttime.
Yeah.
Ice still seems to be effective, so we should take advantage of it while we can. I can do some cooling, but I can't exactly do full ice.
And I ran out of ice arrows a while ago, so
Perhaps the best way to go about this is to stealth into a spot and from that point localize. I've tried to maybe do some surveillance to see where the higher powered of the Jiangxi are, and from there take them out first and then go on to the rest of the party. That would be what I would assume, but
What if we bring down the mountain on top of them?
the entire mountain of Kudazi's Spear of Nilope.
If you have more Earth, we could just do a bunch of like little localized charges in a row, and we can just erode at it.
Is this the mountain that we are currently on, or is that what you're talking
Yes.
about? Oh, nice. Okay.
It was actually. I was just offering an idea.
We could worry about that second part after the fact.
As we tend to do.
I mean, I'm just playing off your guys' playbooks.
you shouldn't do that.
I mean, it's working though.
I do think it'd be better to wait till night, but that's just me.
And we waited until night. Even if they stopped me with their poison, I could still teleport around.
Yeah. And maybe this time I won't eat shit into a river, but you know.
A lot
You
of
were trying
rivers
to
in
save the
here.
You were trying to save the hostages. It
Yeah.
wasn't a bad idea. It didn't work out.
Yeah.
Feel bad they died in that blast.
It wasn't fast enough.
All right.
Neither was I.
So the plan, as of right now, is to wait until nightfall to attack. Hopefully, staying by. They know where we are, so it's not like we can stay
can't
by
surprise
the
them too
camp.
much.
But waiting until nightfall probably would give us a lot of advantages.
Okay.
All right. So are we wanting to hang out here until nightfall, or are
Until
we...
about dusk, I suppose. So that way we can continue moving forward. And
Okay.
and then when we get there, rather half a day, then it will be full nightfall. And
Okay.
keep a sharper eye out, all of us working together on these perceptions to see if there are any other little spies around so that we can get rid of them.
Before we set out, like an hour before, Moonclaw will cast Dark Vision on Damien, and then just short rest the key points back since Dark Vision lasts 8 hours.
Okay.
I'll play well, I don't need to play, I suppose. Since we're not
So.
recovering.
You guys push forward a little bit. After awaiting a few hours, nothing seems to come after you. Nothing seems to accost you. About an hour into your guys' waiting after breakfast, there's a little tap at the box on that sits near Abaddon, and Terracon comes out, adorned in its full emerald and gold regalia, hair kind of freshly coiffed. And as he takes a step out, he looks around, finding any like morsels of food that are remaining, and kind of picks at some of the breakfast that you guys had set up and sits
Oh,
down.
he's more than welcome. More than welcome to have some of that.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Though I am able to conjure up food in my grove, there's always a difference between real food and something that is summoned. So, I am not sure if Dashi had informed you, but it looks like the two of us had had a bit of a breakthrough and have created a masking and protection device that will assist us in our further engagements with these young sheep. Dashi, whenever you wanted to join me in finishing up the masks, we can finish this by the end of the day, I believe.
Okay.
How
I'd be
far out from the camp are we?
we are about to
About
have
half a day.
so maybe
He
about
looks
5 hours or so.
okay, okay. I think we should get started right away then.
Of course.
And when we get closer, summon us back and we will see what we can do. He stands up after finishing up a little bit of food, heads back towards his box, opens it up, gestures for you, Dashi, to enter in, and he hops in himself. Can I get 2 Arcana checks from you, Dashi, and a Charisma check? Okay. Very nice. As you begin to work alongside Terracon, as the rest of your party continues to rest up and relax, the materials you've been working with are kind of laid out in organized piles, very coordinated from the efforts that you had made from the day before, learning the kind of process of creating this new magical item. The two of you begin extensive work. Luckily, you still have a good most of the day ahead of you before you needed to head out. Probably about a good 7 or 8 hours of work time before the travel even begins. And in that time, you feel pretty confident with your combined efforts with Terracon that you have created the initial mask, as well as kind of begun the process of creating the others. But you have one finalized product at hand. It is this this translucent or transparent blue-hued glass shield that creates the face covering, and then the opalescent mask that covers and protects the lower portion of the face as well, protecting nose, eyes, ears, and mouth from any chance of the Jiangshi spores infiltrating the body. It's not perfect, since you guys know that nothing you can really do can create like a perfect barrier for this threat. But if you continue working, by the time near midnight, you should be able to construct all 6 of them, if you would like to do that today.
I would like to do that.
Okay. With those rolls that you achieved, all of that is fine enough. to do so, 3. It will be 2 spell levels for each mask. So that is a total of 12 spell levels that will need to be expended, as well as all of the reagents. But that can be split amongst you and Terracon. And Terracon is willing to drop one of his 7th level spells and a 2nd level spell if you're able to take up the 4, or what is it? I think it was the remaining 3 spell levels.
Yeah, I would drop one. I'll just do 3 first level spells.
Okay. He looks. I imagine that I would very much like to assist you and your party on this next endeavor. If this cabal is already aware of our intrusions, you will need as much firepower as you can. These masks will be our most important tool to protect us, protect you. The lot of you will have the maps. I can aid you from the distance, but most of my magical capabilities, they are not finishing blows. They are more transmutive and abjuration and restorative in their capabilities. So I will help you in what ways that I can. He takes a moment as you guys have finished up the masks. The rest of the party has begun and communicated that we begin the travels towards the pinnacle. And about an hour and a half before you guys would reach the camp, the all of the masks have been completed with those expend spell slots at the end of the process. You and Terracon have laid out on the icy table the 6 visors of natural protection. And he lets out a little bit of a breath of fatigue as well as he kind of rubs the side of his temples. Let us gather our friends. I think it is time for us. We're not sure if they should be arriving soon enough, if my time is following me correctly.
Let me go get them then.
All right. You guys hear the knock at the box as you guys are pushing through kind of a densely tree-lined portion where just the end of the tree line before the altitude breaks that off. You hear a knocking at the box, and the lid begins to slowly open. Abaddon, with your natural kind of knowledge of this box, you sling it over your shoulder and put it on the ground. And escaping or coming from the box is Terracon and Dashi, holding in their hands each a few of these visored masks of opalescent design around the mask design, and then the clear blue visor over the top.
There is an activation point for these, and I'll start handing them out to everybody.
Mm-hmm.
After you activate, you have somewhere between 1 and 4 hours of protection for the masks.
So does it just stay active, or?
Yes. So Dashi explains the kind of magical enchantment. The restorative magics are invigorated by the gems within that create filtration, but the filtration is only working at its most powerful level for that variable amount of time. While wearing this mask, you have advantage on all effects against poison and poisoned effects. You don't resist poison damage, just against saving throws against the effects. And also gain a D10 on top of that saving throw to avoid infections. So advantage and a D10, but it's only good for one use, and it is only good for the 1 to 4 hours. I'll say since Dashi and Terracon rolled pretty well, I'll say Dashi, you know that there's like a 50% chance that these masks could be enchanted again and not break. But to do so, it would take a few hours per mask to re-enchant it. But that is the information you have at your disposal. As
Did we leave the camp immediately, or did we spend
You
some
guys,
time
you
before?
guys waited like 4.5, 5 hours, and then broke out with Terracon's orders that Dashi and Terracon would be working together.
Just want to throw out there, if they had a bit of time, Moonclaw would have started digging into that book, Whispers on the Lake Bed, since I don't think at this point she can gain much more from the Master Smith's book. She needs to put that into practice at this point,
Mhm.
right?
That is correct.
So she went ahead and started working on the Whispers on the Lake Bed.
Okay. Go. As you just begin reading that, is that, if I'm remembering correctly, that is the Lysandrius historical text that has like some of the mythos?
Yeah,
surrounding-
she's got that, and then the Pax of Prowess. It was the next on her list, so she's working through that one now.
Okay, cool deal. So yeah, you begin reading the books that follow a lot of the wondrous origins of Lysandrius herself. The first portion of this book in particular speaks on her interconnectivity with the Dark Elves of Zunjar and the expansions of Dunzira, your homeland. And you learn quite a bit on how the actual junglescape and that portion of the world was influenced by the beauty and divine power of Lysandrius herself, blessing with the pure crystalline lake beds, infusing the area with enough magical life and divine energy that was able to spark and create the world tree of Zunjar in the Dark Elven lands. As you finish up that portion of the book, you guys do travel out. And as I mentioned before, where we picked up currently with Dashi and Terracon completing their task, you have about another hour before you are going to reach the approximate site of the Cabal camp.
I imagine the guard is going to get higher here than anywhere else we have. So we should be on guard already.
So, as we continue forward, can I have Gunther and Moonclaw please roll me perception checks? Very nice. You guys continue. Are we going at a slower pace right now or to kind of keep yourselves hidden, or are we just trying to get there, guys?
Slower pace. What time of day is it? Is this starting to get dark?
It's already dark. It's probably
Oh.
about 7 or 8 o'clock at night.
Moonclaw would have done the dark vision on Damien. I'm just trying to think if there was time for a long rest to get the key points back, but
You had enough
not
time.
sure.
You guys took a long rest in the morning, but not enough time for you to gain him back in the interim between casting up the dark vision.
Okay, she'll just that'll be okay. She'll make sure Damien can see in the dark.
Okay, sounds good.
Just cast light on Damien. Perfect.
That sounds like a great idea.
My cowl helps a little bit with my dark vision, but it's not as good as y'all's or anything.
Yeah.
It's no problem. I'm more than happy to help you out there.
All right. So, oops, I thought I had.
Also, Dashi, good job on these masks. Like that's a big relief knowing we're gonna go into this with those.
Oh, you are
Yeah.
quite welcome. I mean, Daragon did a lot of work too, but of course, I always appreciate the praise.
He's in the box. You get it all.
Hey, sure. So, as you guys continue on, keeping at a slower pace to keep sure of your safety, you guys continue on for a little bit of time. The environment begins to just break away into a lot more rocky, jagged terrain. And there's a brief moment of time where Gunther and Moonclaw, you pick up this foul scent in the air. For a brief moment, your anxiety kind of spikes as if you worry of it being the possibility of being one of the Jiangxi, the smell of rot and that kind of sickly sweet smell of decay that is kind of built up from the spores and of the Jiangxi. But this is different. This is a foul odor, smelling more like refuse and just kind of this natural musk. As you pass through certain areas, Gunther, with your natural instinct, you notice, and with your passive perception, notice that some of the trees in the area have been marked with this odor. and it seems oddly familiar. Moonclaw and Gunther, if I could have the two of you roll me history checks. Gunther, you're just having trouble placing it. And Moonclaw, it's a bit of a challenge for you as well, as you're just, you've come in contact with this somewhere. But with that knowledge, you just decide to keep moving forward a bit slower. And there's a few moments where you swear you notice movement in the distance. The shuddering image of a humanoid silhouette breaking up the black, opaque, starry night behind you. There's a moment of utter silence, but the smell seems to build.
Stay close, everyone.
Is it enough that Dashi can smell it now, or?
At this point, everyone's starting to be able to notice the aroma.
Can I see if I can smell it?
You can certainly try.
History?
Yep.
I want to try as well.
I do not notice anything.
Dashi, you take like a big whiff and like,
Ugh.
oh.
This is disgusting.
Damien, you try the same thing. And Moonclaw, as you're keeping extra vigilant, you dart your eyes to the left and then to the right. And you hear this very faint hissing sound emanating from a bush.
Just motion everyone away from it. There's something in there. Back away.
Using so, like a snake or a banshee.
You hear emanating about
Run.
15 feet to the right of you on the opposite side of Moonclaw. You cast out a firebolt.
Yep.
You send out this mote of flame colliding
I thought we were
into
trying to be stealthy, ambassador.
the bush. The bush
Oh, wait. What?
catches flame as you
Stealthy?
see this creature topple out from the side unharmed, drawing out a spear, leathery
Basilisk.
hide, whipping tail behind it, a face that seems to be a fusion of a primate and a lizard.
Oh,
Just lock eyes with you.
Oh.
Chimera?
It kind of stares for a moment, and you hear a voice chime out in a language that none of you understand.
Oh, the mind slaver thing. The
Sogra, Sera, Shak. And the head of the lizard-like creature darts towards the rest of you. It readies itself as you see three more rising out. And behind them, floating up through the thicketed tree line, you see this orb-like shape and a singular eye turn towards the party.
God damn it. She's gonna cast comprehend language.
You cast up comprehend language. As the magic swells around you, you hear the voice of this creature turn towards you. Magic. Familiar magic.
She's gonna use her telepathy, the telepathy to right into its brain. So we meet again? Are we still friends, or?
We have been looking for you and your colleague.
Colleague.
You see the 5 tentacled eye stalks. Initially was 4, but with the one new one lurching down overhead. He kind of looks at you.
What business do you have with us then?
My children have been slaughtered. Homes have been taken. Their blood. My blood. He takes kind of a moment. You see the serrated needle-like teeth in this creature's maw just grind on itself as he looks towards some of the troglodytes that you had met before. He waits. More two-legged. Infest and desecrate my children's land. Hurt my children. So we flee south. South was not safe. More of my children slain by a thin elf.
Out of character. Galahad.
Well, we can help you reclaim your children's land. She's still definitely just speaking to him telepathically, like.
As
uh,
as you continue to do so, its eye kind of focuses on you. You made me more powerful. Gave me the power to save my children.
I can do it
But
again.
still, it is not enough.
Mm.
So
I
I
can.
require your body,
Oh
your
no.
magic, your will to smite this camp of wretched elves and other beasts not found in my home.
I have another plan if you're willing to listen.
I am a spectator. I do nothing but observe and listen.
Then I'm sure you'll understand this plan well.
Wretch your words, witch. Speak them now.
Indeed. My group is powerful. Your group is powerful and you want to protect them. But nothing in here is given for free, and even you know that by traveling south. With our help, and with yours, our goal is to eliminate these infesting two-legged creatures that are inhabiting your land so that you can live here safe too. And we can help you do that. And it would be a better battle for the both of us if we were able to join together to wipe them out.
He takes a moment and kind of looks you in the eyes. Roll me a persuasion check.
Of course. 26.
Alright.
He looks at you with that one singular, focused, unblinking eye. The rest of the other 5 eyes seem to centralize as it moves closer. There's this kind of warbling sound near its body as it just hovers closer, looming about 12 feet above the ground over the rest of you. This creature has grown quite a bit. The first time you guys saw it, it was maybe a sphere body shape that was about 3 feet in diameter. It is easily doubled in size due to whatever magical enhancements those mana gems you fed it gave it. It looks at you. My children follow my orders, and I fight to protect them. He takes a moment. You see that there is a battle, and since you're speaking telepathically with this creature, you feel some of that unnatural, this kind of like built-in paranoia that this creature builds and retains towards all living creatures. And it takes a moment, and its mouth kind of loosens from its kind of grimace. We travel with you. We fight alongside you. Peace will be maintained.
Do they talk?
Hurt not my children.
We won't hurt them as long as they don't hurt us. And after the battle is over, we will go on our separate ways, and you can continue to live in your mountain place as you have done before.
He turns around and in deep speech calls out to the troglodytes. You understand it, Dashi. My children, I promised vengeance for your fallen, meals to satiate you, blood and flesh. These bodies are not your food. Instead, they will be your shield. Those with able bodies, ride with me. The rest protect the young whelps
Show
and
me
those preparing to birth.
you have unabled bodies, warriors that aren't able to come with us?
He looks at you. This is a camp, a community. We have few breed stock who do not battle.
Okay, that is understandable. I was just wondering if you had any warriors that would be able to go into battle if they were
All of my
damaged.
daughters fight. They're not the weak men, the breed stock.
That is very empowering. Delightful. Let me communicate with my friends as well.
He hovers away back towards his troop of troglodytes that all seem to gather. Currently around him, you can see, I believe, about eight troglodyte warriors.
We have a little bit of an assist here. I think that we have just made friends again.
Okay. You
Uh,
don't
Out of
sound
character.
very sure.
Out of character. Yes, Megan. I was hoping you would. You did it. Ah.
See how long it lasts.
All this came about from the power of Firebolt. Let me remind you.
Oh yeah, that's exactly what happened. That's the only
Yeah.
thing that got us this friendship. Well, that's the only thing that Stig thinks got us this friendship. Is the and Dashi's
And then
just
he
like
started
that. Well, like
blasting.
I definitely didn't communicate with him. That's
Yeah.
totally fine. It was Firebolt. Yeah.
That's what's up. That's what's up.
Good job, Dashi.
He has agreed to lend us his friends in our fight against the encampment.
So, like, are they going to be, like, riding in like cavalry?
At this moment, it is a team effort.
Okay.
The spectator hovers back over towards the rest of you.
Are we all in
What
agreement?
plot have you come to?
I think that we are attacking in the nighttime. Tonight, I think it would be best to surround the camp and go in to destroy them as effectively as possible. Is that something that you agree with? Me, Damien, Moonclaw, Gunther, Stig?
Yeah.
We
Maybe
will
pincer with your
stampede
friends.
into their camp.
You will still need what?
We will stampede into their camp. Break them all.
I'll be right along with you. Stampeding as well.
Shatter them. Bleed them. Eat them.
If anybody wants to ride on me, we can do a big old cavalry scene with like 4 people on a giant elk. It'd be pretty badass.
I would
Okay.
definitely not like to be on foot going into this, so.
I'm gonna be what they call huge. It'll be great.
Huge.
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 I don't know, like,
Okay, so that
some
is.
may think he's the biggest.
So we agree
elf.
on the plan, and then we will have Terracon in the back at a distance doing his magic as support to assist us. Is that okay with you, Terracon?
Terracon looks, kind of stares at the spectator for a moment.
He
This
doesn't
is
notice anything.
This is weird, but let us keep forward with this movement. He looks for a moment. I guess the next course of action will be deciding where exactly is this camp and how best it is we should be assaulting
I'll
the
turn.
outpost.
I'll turn to
This
the
might
mind
be the
flayer.
surprise we need.
Flayer. Do you know what the camp is exactly? I'm assuming you would.
I am not a mind flayer.
Oh, whatever. Okay. Yep. What is he?
I
what
am
are you?
Beholderkin.
Oh.
I am a spectator summoned by the divine. He takes a moment. But that was long ago.
That's one charismatic eyeball.
The details of this camp, they are not known to me. Troglodytes move quickly. They move with power, but have one weakness. They cannot hide from those with powerful senses for long. It takes a moment, but I know where I've seen much gathering. The direction. I could get us close. But the exact whereabouts, I am unfamiliar with. He looms for another moment. Shall we stampede on them now?
What time is it?
It's about this time, close to 10.
It's dark.
Let's lead us to this area, and then we all spread out and do what we can.
He barks out yet again. Gather! We ride.
Let's be careful when we engage not to spread out too much, though. I think it hampered us last time.
No, I am imagining that we will stay together.
As he barks out, the 8 troglodytes trail up behind the large spectator, who begins soaring through the trees at a very rapid pace, kind of blowing through things and paying no mind to the environment at hand, and the troglodytes kind of marching behind it. If you guys are trying to keep up with them, I will need either dexterity or survival checks from everybody.
I don't know we're coming, but this is the surprise factor we needed. So
How
you
far
said
are we?
Dex or survival?
Dex or survival. Checks, not saves, please.
Oh, sorry.
I don't have my... Well, where did it go? My chat window just vanished, so let me look at the stream real quick. So we have a 14 from Stig, 24 from Moonclaw, 21, 18, 13. And then what did Dashi have?
She had a 20.
Okay.
Yes.
You guys managed to keep pace with... There we go. Managed to keep pace with the spectator and the troglodytes as they began bustling through this area. About 20 minutes of marching accrues, and the spectator stops suddenly as all the spectators, or the troglodytes, spread out. He looks and kind of looms left and right for a moment. Long has it been since I protected this place. Long indeed. He kind of smiles for a moment. The ruins of Shrine Nilope. It is here that I was called from the Arcanum. Here I was birthed by the demigods. He takes a moment. I still smell them. Through the little slits in his face as he turns, his long tongue lapping towards the air. There are many life forms here. He takes a moment. The wisdom you have blessed me with through those stones allows me the insight to say this. He takes a moment, shutting that one eye as the rest of the eyes open up brightly. The camp lies ahead, through the ruins. Would you like me to march forward? We will be arriving on the western side of the encampment from here. But there are many ways for...
Pincer?
I believe, is it possible to separate you and your group and then us and our group? You guys can head them off at the east since you're faster than us, and then we can go straight forward through the ruins and head them off at the west side.
A sign for the attack.
A sign for the attack. I will throw on the top of the ruins a glowing magical sigil that should alert you.
The eye focuses on you for a moment, Dashi. Long has it been since we have found allies. We shall travel under the blanket of night. He descends down, just hovering a few inches above the ground. He turns it rotates its form towards the troglodytes, and in deep speech calls out, "With subtlety, go with silence, my children." As the troglodytes hiss out, they all begin quietly moving into the denser foliage, cutting off, heading a bit south and then curving eastward, where you can see them beginning heading towards an ascending pathway that leads them up to a bit higher elevation. Before you, as the rocky landscape gives way to an archway and a plateau of jagged rocky formations that seem to be surrounded by or surrounding a dilapidated ruin of stonework that matches the emerald hue of the rock face of this mountain. A few trailed motions of signs of movement can be caught by Stig, Moonclaw, and Gunther, patrolling the ruins ahead of you. How would we like to move forward, guys?
I could make us extra quiet, but it will dig into the key that I have left.
Or we could just go, guns a-blazing.
We are waiting for them to head off into the east side.
I meant like afterward. Like, we got everything ready to go. Just
It's like
be
How-
quiet at this
firebolt
point.
and firebolt.
Do I have to... Do I know about how far into the ruins it is until the encampment, or is
You're
there...
not really familiar with this terrain at all. You would have no way of knowing.
But it isn't immediately, like, the ruins are here, and then immediately there's, like, I can see through the ruins and see, like, anything.
You could see, like, the old layout of what you assume to be, road structures in the town, kind of splitting off into three prongs of parallel roads, with kind of toppled over, dilapidated stone buildings, crossing over some of those pathways, creating kind of a jagged landscape ahead of you. So you can't really see all the way through, but you were able to note, or I should say Stig, Moonclaw, and Gunther were able to note signs of what look like patrolling forces deeper within the ruins itself. You know that the Beholder can inform you that they should be on the opposite end of these ruins, but where exactly it is not, you're not 100% sure. You don't know how big these ruins are.
So we don't see any guards at the moment, just signs that they have walked through to patrol.
You saw like a guard, like in the distance, probably about 200 feet away, on top of a toppled over tower, a patrol go up and then descend back down, heading away from you.
It could also be that they're laying out a trap for us. Which is very likely, considering that we are against the Jiangxi, and that patrol officer has, Oh, Galleon, thank you so much for the raid!
Woo!
But it is very likely that the Jiangxi is laying out a trap for us, and that our friend up there that was raiding, perhaps he saw us and knows of it. We can potentially use this beholderkin as a way to lure their trap and then strike them from the west still. But
There's a-
it would be a good idea for us to go ahead and start moving forward as quietly as possible, I believe.
I
Well.
can go ahead and cast it.
All right, you perform your series of hand signals, slamming the earth and covering your allies with an opaque wash of shadows. Sound seems to dampen, and the party has been blessed with your shadow magic of pass without a trace.
Fun fact about it, we don't leave footprints behind, guys.
Mm-hmm. If you guys want to begin moving forward, I'll need stealth checks from everyone. Abaddon, disadvantage, but with plus 10. Gunther, did you wild shape?
Yes. Wait, no, we're not there yet. No, I have not. No, sorry. I clicked that thinking we were right at the edge of it. That was my bad.
I
Alright.
rolled a 35, which is a natural 20.
Very nice. So, we have a 18 for Abaddon, 26, 19. A lot of you begin moving through the ruins. You have 3 roadways you can take: left, central, or right. Which pathway are we taking?
Can we tell, can we just see if there's any tracks, any, like, frequent patrols on any one of them?
Roll me a perception check, Moonclaw. As you go to lean down, trying to find any signs of movement, you're stunned for a moment. On the left-hand pathway, right when you begin investigating, the left pathway has a toppled over building that kind of just gives a wedge of a pathway underneath. And as you look through it, you see in the distance of these ruins, much of the grass has grown, and so pretty tall, about 2.5 feet tall, blades of grass pocketed throughout portions of the road, bunched up against some of the stonework of the toppled buildings. And you see a spark, a brief flash of this yellowish light conjure from the grass itself. One after another, you see these hunched over shapes of sickly, thin, emaciated humanoid forms wrapped with vines and these stacks of mycelium and fungi reaching down, corroding and desecrating the sides of each of their faces. Some of these individuals have arms that are covered in thick brambles of thorns, others covered in what seem to be like shell-like carapace of this dingy orange-hued waxy substance. As 4 of these short forms rise up from the grass, another form forms up as well. Tall, about 6.5 feet tall, slender, effeminate shape of the corrupted Umbra. As you just go completely gaunt, and if you were able to see Moonclaw's skin underneath her fur, pale as well, as these 5 infected shapes round up and begin heading deeper into the ruins away from you.
Did anyone else see what I just saw?
As you're
Damien?
caught in this moment, Moonclaw, as you're about to turn to look towards the other party, you see on top of the buildings on the central road, looking down, beginning to scan in your guys' direction, a guard, a druid, that seems to be casting out, using an orb as a focus, looking over the area. Can you roll me a stealth check, Moonclaw, with disadvantage? Luckily, you managed to dip away, slipping out of the line of sight, rejoining the party. It seemed from the vantage point you were the only one that saw this.
Heads up, everyone. Umbra's nearby. She's seems to have some kind of Jiangxi allies with there. I think more the mindless sort. Moving away from us, moving away from the camp, I think.
Moving away from you, yes.
Away
Let's
from
not-
us, but towards the camp, or?
Deeper into the ruins.
Let's not engage.
That would probably be the worst time to engage her, yeah, if we're going to be going against an entire camp. But she won't be far when we do. We need to keep that in mind.
No engagement here.
I mean, what if we just take her out?
It goes along with what I was saying, honestly, to take out the strongest first and then go into the camp and finish the rest. They are holding off for our signal, but the Jiangxi will know where we are, so as soon as we engage Umbra, it would be that we have the other team move in from the east.
I mean, you're not wrong. Centera did say we were able to take out, I guess, an eye of them. It might help distract the hive mind. It might help our overall goal.
The biggest thing is to eliminate the source of this. Her body might be able to be preserved, but if we destroy the main plant, then isn't that what our goal is ultimately? We are at our fittest right now, minus 3 spells for me, but is that really so much?
If we do this, we need to remove as much plant matter around her as possible so she can't zip away.
But if she does zip away, we can take out these mindless and move into the camp and eradicate it.
True.
The
They're
biggest
just
thing
throwing it out
is
there.
that we are still throwing out on the hags. I think that whichever way the battle falls, of course, with the exception of our death, then we are still moving in the right direction.
Terracon, you're here with us, I think, still. She's such a central figure to the overall hive mind right now. Would taking her out, do you think it would destabilize them, like, significantly?
Looks. It is hard to say without having a understanding of how this psionic resonance works exactly. I do have that seed that was encased inside of you as far as a form of further research and experimentation, but as for now, I am unaware if this would serve as a benefit or if it would be more akin to just chopping off the Z head of a Hydra. So, we need to move forward with this, and we need to stop them from whatever it is they are trying to achieve. Even if this cost comes at something so great as it is our lives, then so be it. But if this is the case, I think it would be important for us to send out a message to people in Kadazi proper. For if we are to fail, this island needs to be evacuated.
I will go ahead and prepare the message before we head out.
What
I'll
would you
send
like
it
to say?
to Galarhan.
Have we decided? Damien, Abaddon, Gunther,
Either
Stig.
way, I think the message needs to be sent.
Needs to be sent.
What are you sending?
Give me 1 second to write it out.
Well, in the meantime, does anyone else want to go over any other factors?
Step on your foot.
Damien, how do you feel about this?
I have felt so useless the past couple of fights. I don't really know what all I can offer, I guess.
Don't talk about yourself that way. I value your mind. I mean, you're great in combat, but you're one of the smartest individuals I know. And so I trust your judgment here. Do you think we should go after Umbra and try to contain her while she might be more separated, or should we go to this camp while she's not there?
It's just, there's like the factor of we don't know if she's the trap. And like, if we go after her, they all jump us at once. Like that's a very big possibility, in my opinion, because of the way they know that our attachment to her.
I mean, that's a good point. They're getting smarter, and they would want to use that against us, I'd imagine.
Yeah. And I don't mind like trying to scout ahead to see what I can find, but I can't promise that I won't get caught at the same time.
I mean,
What if you were completely invisible while you did that?
Yeah, that might work actually.
That could help. You also have Moonclaw available to assist in any way if she wants to go along with you. But how do you guys want to proceed from here?
you want to scout?
Do you want me to try to follow Umbra, or do you want me to try to find, I guess, the rest of the encampment?
Man, I want to get Umbra so bad, but when you say that she might be a trap, I feel like that is right. Because that...
I wouldn't put something like that beneath them at all, trying to catch us, so...
Because,
that's just my one worry about trying to follow her, trying to
I
get
mean,
her.
didn't Moonclaw even tell her that we are still coming after you?
Yeah. I personally would just rather go for the camp, but that's just me.
I mean, I want to so bad, but it feels like there's something, especially after you said that, logic-wise, that we need to hold off.
Can I have everybody make me another round of stealth checks as the patrol comes near again?
I'm invisible.
Dashi's just starting up the casting that that message spell, and then like.
Can I try to duck her down low?
There's a brief moment as you guys are regathering. Dashi's preparing the flute, and this flash of light blue light emanates out from the instrument. Right as from the top of that fallen building, you see the druid shine a light down, casting it onto Dashi. I need everyone to roll me initiative.
Shit!
Can I not
about
have a
60
reaction
feet away.
to that?
You rolled a natural one on a stealth check. This is an immediate beginning of action, so I need everyone to roll me an initiative.
Oh shit! I didn't wait.
And you're going first. Oh no, you're not.
It's a crit fail and then crit success.
Oh, let me put everyone on here real quick. Add turn. We got Stig. Add turn. Add turn. Add turn. So Damien had a 25, right?
Yes.
I'm gonna be listening, but just gotta take my cat out real quick.
23. So Damien, it looks like you're gonna get first action. Moonclaw. What did Moonclaw get?
I think 11. I got an 11.
19 for Stig. Abaddon got a 16 and a 20 for Gunther. Very nice, Gunther.
Hey, Aryan.
Yes.
Can you roll for me for a bit? I'm kind of struggling with my chest right now.
Yeah, I got you. I already got your initiative, so you're all set, and I can handle you for combat. Just let me know what you want to do.
Yeah, just fucking, you know what I do, dude.
You swing with the best of them.
I just fuck shit up.
So, Damien, you notice the cone of emerald light lock onto Dashi, and a brief reaction as you look up about 80 or so feet on top of one of the buildings. You see the druid arc down, begin to recoil, and begin slowly reaching for something in their pocket.
I'm going to take my short bow and try to shoot his arm to stop him.
Okay, so are you specifically aiming for the arm to try to slow?
Yes.
All right. So go ahead and make an attack for me. Since you're aiming for a body part, we're going to mark it as partial concealment, so he will raise his AC. So let me see. His AC is 12 with a plus 5 equals 17. You hit. You catch him in the arm, dealing the 6 piercing damage as he kind of grits out in pain, not loud enough for you guys to hear it at this distance. You manage to stumble him up a little bit as we come to Dashi's turn.
Dashi is going to. Dashi, we're just gonna try and. It's just the one, right, that we can see?
Yes.
Dashi is gonna Eldritch Blast.
All right, go for it. 2 bolts. See,
I missed.
Ooh, that's spicy.
1 will hit. Its AC is actually 11. So these 5 damage will hit as you blast into the side of the creature. A little flash of this the kind of ghostly white and purple light from your eldritch energy emanates. He kind of grits his teeth, very kind of in pain, begins still fumbling for the item on his waist. Anything else on your turn, Dashi?
And then she's going to move off into a little bit more concealment, where she can, like behind a tree or behind a ruin or something like that, and get ready to cast the message again.
Sounds good. Gunther, it is your turn.
Okie dokie, Artichoke. I look over to Damien and I say, do you want some height for those shots?
Sure.
Cool, I pick Damien up, put Damien on my shoulders, and I transform into a giant elk.
Okay. You form into the huge elk that is about 18 feet tall at the pinnacle of its horns, about 8 feet wide from shoulder to shoulder, creating this huge, giant quadrupedal elk. Any action on your turn or movement?
How far away did you say he was?
About 80 feet, and he's about 20 feet above you guys.
Okay. My speed's about 60 feet. I don't want to get too far away from everybody. How much of a vantage point did I get Damien by getting huge?
You've lined up the shot for him pretty well. Just being up there now makes it that it of itself helps.
Sweet. I'll chill here. If anything gets in range of a hoof attack. Oh wait, no, sorry, of a ram attack, just with my horns, I'll do that, but I doubt it.
Sounds good. Stig, it is your turn.
So, yeah, I'm gonna do some blasting.
As you see your friend form into the giant elk, the individual is right about to grab hold of the item on his side. Go ahead and blast away.
Mind slivers.
Mind Sliver. All right, I make a saving throw. Crit fail. Takes 7 psychic damage as the blood just kind of builds up and percolates in his eyes. All the blood vessels in his eyes burst as he just wrenches and reels in pain for a brief moment. I'm going to, due to the shot he took into the arm and the Mind Sliver, I'm going to have him roll a Constitution saving throw to see if he can grab hold of his item. He has a -2 to this saving throw because of Mind Sliver. He grabs hold of it. You guys see him pull a horn out of his side, but as he goes to blow into the horn, just the injuries he sustained and the psionic force kind of force him to warble. But he is going to move down and out of your guys' line of sight. As we come to Abaddon's turn, Abaddon, are you going to stay where you are, or do you want to try to move towards the threat, even though he's
You're
about
at
100 feet away
You
from
are Abaddon currently.
Oh, Abaddon. Is he not able to give up? I guess he's muted as well. So I'll take over from him. That's fine. Abaddon is going to just move to the head of the party, like 10 feet in front of you guys, and then hold an action to dash, just in case if anything does come out. Moonclaw, it is your turn.
Feline agility, step of the wind, pumping myself to 210 movement speed, and she's still got passes out of trace, but she's also moving quick. She's going in for the kill.
Okay, you sprint up. Your standard movement speed is 60, correct?
55.
55.
Feline agility.
With your movement by itself, and with the fact that you're a tabaxi with a climb speed, you're able to get next to this creature with just your movement action.
Oh, so I don't even need step of the wind.
Climb up, leap, and you see just about 10 feet away from the edge, kind of tucked down, you see him beginning to cast a remedy spell on them. The druid, just eyes open as you just, like a shadow, appear before him. Hits, miss. So as you come up, let me do something real quick. So 11, 18. Okay, very nice. As you leap up, you run forward and you do 2 quick unarmed strikes, one catching him in the jaw, causing the concentration on his spell to break. The horn falls out of their hand. They go to reach for it, and as they reach for it, you just do a claw up, catching them in the throat. They go slack for a moment as you go for a finishing strike, but this strike does go wide as the body has already hit the ground, dead before your third strike would hit through.
Did he look infected at all?
You look at him. His body doesn't seem to writhe, doesn't seem to move. You flip him over. Looks like a regular elf.
Gonna just pat him down real quick, grab the horn, and bounce back.
You grab a horn. On him, he also has a spell focus for a druid, as well as one of those similar wooden charms that you had found on some of the previous desecrators that creates that bubble of temporary hit points.
He wasn't able to use it.
Gonna bring it back to the group and just took care of him. He's out. I got his horn, got a spell focus for a druid, and got this wooden focus. Dasha, you'd probably know more about it, or Gunther maybe.
We can try and do an Arcana check on it, but I believe it's the one that they used to break when they defended them against a first strike, and after we did damage, it was the one that broke after that. But it's a protective sigil. Any one of us could probably wear it, I believe. Let me double check and things. Can I do an Arcana check to see if
Roll
it's
me an
true?
Arcana check.
Meanwhile, Damien is up in the air on the back of Gunther. saying,
I apologize.
What?
Yeah.
What are you guys talking about?
You look at it. There is some definite dark magic that is intertwined with this amulet. Yes, it protects an individual, but it seems to be very invasive in the way it allows that magic to propagate.
On
So-
second thought, perhaps Moonclaw, maybe we take it, but we don't use it. I'll explain later. Let me send this message first before anything else happens.
Okay. Go ahead and send your message to Gallarhan.
We are taking on the last encampment. If we fail, the island needs to be evacuated. Keep message to make sure we aren't dead.
I want to. Well, never mind.
You hear a voice. There's a brief pause. Understood. The threat, it seems, to have become a bit more difficult to manage, I assume. I will inform the Justicar. Thank you for everything you've done. I will message you on the morrow. Expect Vixeni's word on the sunrise.
I like him.
I lay down so that Damien gets closer to everybody.
Okay.
Just like tuck my legs in. You know how like deer lay down, like just like that. Yeah.
You catch the last little bit of the conversation. You guys are still at the front of these ruins. Where are we
He
headed?
did seem to be infected, so I don't think they'll know where we are at this time. But Damien did bring up a good point about Umbra. I wouldn't be surprised if they're trying to use that to lure us away.
I think we should.
So we take out the camp first, and then we
Yes,
pursue Umbra later. That is
I
fine.
think we should. Yeah, I think we should go with the thought that they're expecting us to go after her, so we get to jump on them and go after the camp first.
I think no matter what we do, we'll end up fighting her at one point or another. And with how much they want to keep a hold on her, I don't expect her to change too much.
So, are we progressing deeper, guys?
Yes. Alright, I'm okay with
yeah.
progressing.
All right. If we're going forward I'm going to need stealth checks from everybody. And I will roll for Abaddon. Pass without a trace is still up. All right. Very quickly and very silently, you guys begin moving. Are we taking the left pathway that Umbra was summoned from, or are we taking one of the other passageways?
I thought we decided to go straight. Was I wrong?
Just straight down the middle.
Was that correct? Straight through the
I
ruin?
believe so. We're not following Umbra.
We are
Okay.
not
You
following
guys
Umbra.
heading down the main passageway, keeping to the darkness, weaving through the rubble and collapsed buildings. As you pass through here, it looks like this settlement was accosted by horrible, like typhoon level winds that have just broken down and blown over portions of these buildings. There are scorch marks pocked as if intense heat had burnt away portions of this stone, and there are actual portions of the ground itself that have seemed to have turned into glass. As you begin sneaking your way deeper into this passageway, keeping quiet as you can through the weaving roads and climbing aboard some of the toppled portions of buildings to get through the impassable portions of terrain. Off on your right-hand side, you crest over a building, and just below you on your right-hand side, you see another patrol of druids heading towards the eastern side of the encampment. They don't seem to notice you. As you continue forward, moving on, can I get another round of stealth checks, everybody?
I knew it was a matter of time.
How many 20s did you roll in a row earlier?
Three.
Yeah,
Three
that's
of
why
them.
it's like I knew it was coming.
It happens. It happens. As you guys continue moving forward, you descend back down onto the ground level, moving through piles of rubble and through the innards of what looked to be once a dome-shaped building where half of the face of it has just been blown away into rubble. You pass through there, and Moonclaw, as you are beginning to move, you taking the lead with your keen acrobatic abilities, you crest over to the top of the cracked portion of the building that leads you guys back outside of this dome shape. And right as you're beginning to prepare yourself, the ground slips out from underneath you as the rock gives way. Can you roll me a dexterity saving throw? You hit the ground hard as you slide, more rubble rushing over and slamming into your shoulders as you descend down about 10 or 15 feet, grinding the entire way against hard gravel and stone. You take 5 damage.
Slow fall wouldn't help with that at all, huh?
It wasn't a fall. It was like you were like sliding down a slope and rocks were toppling down on top of you.
Copy that.
As this occurs, I need everyone to make me stealth checks. Moonclaw, you have disadvantage.
Oh, would evasion have helped with that at all?
No, evasion is
So the
ridiculous. This is
Oh,
you slipped and got beaten up by falling rocks.
get it.
You guys all kind of gather up. Damien, can I get a
Sorry.
stealth check from you as well? Let me roll for Abaddon. I'm just going to keep Abaddon's sheet up. All right. As the rubble subsides, the rest of you are still in the top portion, kind of absconded away in the darkness. From your vantage point, you see 2 druids move closer to where the rubble collapsed, quickly kind of shuffling over. One of them gets down on their knees and begins kind of searching the area about 15 feet away from you, Moonclaw. One of them steps a bit closer, and in Elvish, you hear the two, "What do you think caused the slip?" The other responds, "I'm not sure. The only things moving around here should be us. And the others, of course." There's a pause between the two of them. And they kind of seem to like shake off like a moment of heebie-jeebies. And they look around. Well, must have just been the old creaking stones of this forgotten place. Come. We have to finish our patrol. We'll meet up with the rest soon. And they pass on with no more sign as they move on from here. In the distance, for those of you still within the building, as you begin sneaking your way out after a few minutes of hiding away, you notice green flames, little orbs of light emanating in the distance. A little bit below you guys, there seems to be a few walls of the ruins that seem to be separating between where you are, but from your higher vantage point, you're able to make out the flickering and casting of light. If we're moving forward, I need one final round of stealth checks from everybody. And is anybody wanting to move ahead, or are we staying as a group?
Would y'all want me to move ahead and check it out, or do you want to go as a group?
Feeling the group vibe.
Yeah.
We gotta be ready to don these masks too as soon as we're spotted, as soon as the big combat breaks out.
It is okay to go ahead and put on the mask. It shouldn't affect your perception at all. Activating it. Can I make up an activation for it?
It's whatever you want, but it would be a bonus action to activate it.
I'm gonna have an
Activating it.
issue here.
Oh, because
The
wild shape.
Yeah, I'm in wild shape already.
Oh,
It
just
is
kidding.
it is a magical item.
I know I can do it beforehand, and I'm not willing to drop out of this to get that mask.
But
So
you
it is a
can
magical
attune
item,
to
so
it while you're
will-
walking.
You don't. This item does not require attunement.
Oh.
It is since it is a magical item, it can fit to your fate.
Dashi
So-
just beckons him down. Gunther, just come here, and I'll attach it to him.
Alright, I
Just
guess
an extra one that I didn't like morph into my body.
we'll put on the mask then.
Then to bonus, you take just a little bit of time to activate it, and you can you just say Dashi is the best, and then it turns on.
Say it real loudly.
Well,
Nice.
guess I'm turning into Jiangxi.
Ready to activate it as soon as combat breaks out.
So,
I'm
if
just
we're
kidding.
moving
The
forward,
actual word is like some it's a dumb like musical word, and
Snarf bottom.
or you press a
Arpeggio.
button. You press a button.
Yeah,
There we go.
so
All right. So if we're moving forward, guys, I need those stealth checks.
I rolled mine.
Oh. Thought
Okay.
I already rolled mine.
I already
Alright.
rolled.
I
And
would
so
like
we're
to
staying
re-roll
in
mine.
as a group as we move forward quietly. As you move through the final portion of the ruin, you come upon a very kind of worn down, emerald hued stone wall with an archway splitting it. The casting lights emit shadows of moving objects that pass around the archway. Though they're distant, the angle of the light has the shadows facing fairly close in your direction. As you guys begin moving closer, you begin to hear words being shared. Initially in Elvish, there seems to be a few pocked, off phrases and sayings marked out in Druidic as well. You hear
Is my
a
comprehend language
familiar
still up?
voice. I'm sorry?
Is my comprehend language still up?
It would have been faded at this point.
Okay.
I speak Elven.
For those of you who speak Elvish, you begin to hear, as you're getting a little bit closer, well, what can I say? I guess those wily buggers are a bit stronger than I thought. Poor Kyojo, he never stood a chance. I should have hung around with him, but more important business was at hand, I think. You hear another differing voice respond. Well, brother, you have done admirably. You've informed us. We've managed to strengthen our numbers. Don't worry. I have used my skills in persuasive nature. I've nearly doubled our forces, gathering more gnolls from the northern hills. These forces, if they protect us long enough, maybe they can serve as blessed individuals like ourselves. And you hear a little bit of a distance away some rhythmic, tribal, guttural chanting of these myriad of unknown creatures. If you guys wish to, you can sneak forward a little bit more and attempt to try to see what is happening.
Don't need to see it to know that it is the monk. I've heard him talk about for over a minute, I'm sure. So I know it's his voice because I'm assuming the actor feat would allow that for me.
Seems to be a recognizable voice.
The monkey's down there.
So have
With
we
a new friend.
approached the camp? Are we actually on its outskirts now?
You're on the. It seems to be on the outskirts of it. There's just a wall that seems to be separating.
Everyone ready
Dashi's,
your mask.
the mask is on, but Dashi is going to as soon as you say go, as soon as we say go, I'm launching prestidigitation with the magical symbol on top of the rune. And I am activating my mask and we'll go from there.
I'll be activating my mask and my lunar Lumo form. That way everyone can run in at an increased speed.
I'm gonna do something, but I can't tell you what because I don't speak your language.
As you guys begin to prepare yourselves, you hear another voice chime up this time. A female voice, though paired with a undulating kind of reverb that sounds like dozens of different voices screaming underneath the initial familiar one. The voice of Umbra permeating through the air. You and your brothers have done much for our cause. The Sentinel Tree offers its blessings. Now, what we have been waiting for 50 years can come true. With your bloodline, Narasaki brothers, all is at our hands. But remind yourself, you have already failed twice against this band of would-be heroes. You have failed to listen to the words I've shared with you on their skills and their capabilities. Yet, with all of my information, all of the powers blessed to me by the hive mind, you still believe yourselves to be mightier than the primordial essence that fills your veins. You hear a few clattered steps, and from where your guys' vantage point, a shadow getting closer to the mass of shadows of individuals. You see emanating from the shadow a series of vine-like shapes that wrap around the effeminate shape of Umbra. This scaly kind of mix match of what looks like folded, layered leaves, creating this almost hide-like skin of vine work on her bare body. You see emanating off of her arm from the shadow this kind of lashing shape that reaches out. So, I believe it is almost time for your final blessing. Perform this duty correctly, and we can meet back with the Coven. And you see the form take another step closer, and a voice in response. Well, milady. I wouldn't mind a fusion of bloodlines. I've offered myself, and have offered up my brothers as well. We've given you a whole damn cult, an army. I think it's time we take our blessings now. Sweet, sweet Yamunax. There is nothing I would like more than to deliver these blessings unto you. But now, like all things in nature, you must lie in wait for the perfect moment to spring forth. It is my time to leave. The sentinel tree grows weak without my presence. My life force will reinvigorate the Jiangxi again. Prepare yourselves. The threat is not far from here. And remember, you have failed me twice. A third time will not be accepted. And the shadow vanishes. Fuck. You heard the lady. Strengthen the defenses. You fucking gnolls. Get that chimera under control. If they're coming here, let's get 6 nice graves buried out for them, huh?
Up a light.
We're having a funeral. And you cast up the light?
What? No.
Oh.
No, I meant to say that like out of character and stuff like that, but I was like,
we're
how
ready.
polite, but we are ready. And now that
Okay.
Umber is gone, then we can do that. Is everybody okay with that?
Dig, you want to start off with some fireballs?
I knew to get somebody on my back for the first charge.
He
I'll
did
put him
say
back.
that before he transformed, so
No, I'm kneeling, is what I'm meaning. Like, so. You know I'm going to charge, is all I'm saying.
as soon as we run in, Lunar Lumo boosting everyone.
I can
All
stay.
right.
How high up is this cliff that we're on?
Oh, like in comparison to the camp?
Mm.
It doesn't seem to be that much higher elevated. Maybe just like maybe 10 feet just from the perspective of the shadows. But if
Okay.
you get on top of the wall that you guys were near, you would have an even higher vantage point. The wall itself is probably another 15, 20 feet, depending on where you're at on the wall.
I don't think that Stig wants to be hopping into the middle of the encampment to cast his spells. A 10 feet high range is better than nothing. I believe that Moonclaw might and Abaddon might.
Abaddon
can
hops on Gunther's back if they want.
Abaddon is
Oh.
here, I think.
Alright, if there's enough room.
Barely. Okay. Do you want Arian to still control Abaddon?
Yeah, for right now. Hold on, I'm still trying to bring it back. I'm sorry, guys.
No, you're
You're
perfectly
good, buddy.
fine. Perfectly fine. So Abaddon, you hop on the back of Gunther, and we all are preparing for the charge. Dashi, do you?
If
Dashi's going to activate her helmet, and then
Yeah.
she's going to cast the prestidigitation on the top of the ruin.
Okay.
Before
if there's
we,
enough,
Wait, what? You should
Go
say
ahead.
before we
before.
run in,
Okay.
sorry. Davian's going to turn to everybody and say, "Ladies and gentlemen, if this is the end for us, just know that it has been a pleasure to fight alongside all of you."
I'll just give you a quick
My
hug.
quiet gun there.
All right.
It has been a
Moonclaw gives
pleasure
you a
as
hug.
well, and
She hugs her back.
hopefully, we can all come out of this alive. But if we don't,
Yes.
then
I still have to punch Rascal in the face, so we need to get out of this.
All right.
indeed.
Love you all.
And then she'll light it.
You find a sigil on top of the archway, that the keystone itself being a vantage point that you feel is clearly visible in the localized area. You prestidigitate it with this glowing sigil. There's a brief moment where you hear a varied monstrous responses. What the hell? A brief moment of pause as you begin to hear blades being drawn as they make sounds in movies, even though they don't make sounds in real life. Shink! And then an explosion and in deep speech, just this guttural Marasa Sharakal, and you hear hissing and roars of this cavalier line of troglodytes running down a hill towards a portion, the eastern portion of the camp opposite of you. As the rest of you ready yourselves, Gunther leaping into action with Abaddon on
Hopping
the
on
back,
him. Up,
and
I'm
Moonclaw as
getting
well.
on him as well. Damien, you coming too, or staying back here?
No, I've been on.
All right, and Damien riding on the head right between the antlers, just
Yeah.
ready to fucking go.
Mask and Lunar Lumo activated. Speed
As
up
you
our.
channel up that light, everyone begins preparing their spells for a moment of onslaught. You hear in the litany of destructive sounds that begin to build up the familiar voice of Yamunax usher out. Well, fuck me, they were closer than I thought. And that is where we will end tonight's session.
Fuck that monk.
Let's go, asshole!
Well, little cunt.
Wonderful job, guys. Excellent session. And we will pick up next session with you guys battling the third Cabal encampment of this cult of the Desecrated Circle.
Oh, shit.
Good shit, guys. Amazing session, everyone. And
Okay.
to you, the audience, go for it.
Oh, no, go ahead. You say your stuff
To
first.
you, the audience, thank you guys so much for hopping in. Galleon, again, a big, big, big thank you from the bottom of our hearts towards you for that raid again. It is amazing. And for everyone who's still watching, hope you're enjoying the content. And also, I'd like to announce, for those of you guys that watch our Under the Table episode, you might already know this, but we are doing a giveaway for when we reach 50 followers on Twitch. So if you guys would like, feel free and spread the word of the table and our gaming stream. And for those of you that are following us, once we reach that 50 follower mark, 2 of our lucky followers will be getting a custom-made module designed by me for a party of 3 to 5 level 3 characters that is based within Arcrazal. The module will have custom monsters, characters, and be built within my custom setting. And as well, I believe, if I'm correct, Megan,
Yeah.
one of our lucky followers will also receive a customized set of dice handmade by our lovely Dashi the Bard, Megan, over here.
I gotta
Yeah,
say, they're
so-
pretty cool too. I got some over
does.
here as well.
Oh yeah,
does
you
have
can
lots of
show
dogs.
show them your dice if you have them already. I haven't shipped out the ones to California yet, so they're missing theirs. But and I think Whitley's missing hers too.
People
But
got dice.
yeah.
I think they look pretty neat.
Well,
But
she hates us more.
Just doesn't
because
like
I
us in
hate you
Cali.
guys more.
yep. Did you have
Oh.
anything else you wanted to add, Megan?
But I'll let you guys customize the dice to your preference as far as like colors and things like that go. What I normally do when I make dice for somebody is they tell me a little bit about their character and stuff, so they will be custom made to a D&D character of your choice.
Woo.
Also,
Well, howdy.
we if you haven't been here before, definitely make sure to click that follow button, but also make sure to check out the links below because that has all of the information about when we're going to be streaming live. When we also post on YouTube with our videos, and I'm getting better at editing, so I can edit out a
Go
lot of
Megan!
like the dead silence and things like that, and like make it a little bit more enjoyable. But
Howdy.
I hope you guys had a wonderful time, and hopefully we're setting up a time to continue to do the Under the Table so that we discuss different DMing strategies and player content and a little bit of a review on what we do on these D&D sessions. So when I get a good time and date for that, we'll try to make it as consistent as possible. But until then, make sure you're following Facebook and I have my Instagram at Mugen Law, and I post our time up there as well.
Yep.
So
Facebook page is probably our number one, but we have a lot of different forms of social media, and as well as several of our members at the table here also have their own independent streams. So you can follow Logan at Ruts Orca. Is Mugen Lol also the name of your stream as well, Megan?
it is, yeah. So
And then I have mine as well. Go for it.
Oh, MEWGANLUL.
And then I have mine, which is Donzi_stream. where we all just stream some of our favorite video games and just have a good time. I appreciate again from the bottom of our heart everyone who has stayed with us this whole time. You lovely viewers have made this experience a lot of fun, but of course, first and foremost, I want to thank my players as always as well. You guys always kick butt, except for you, Matt.
I know, I kick ass.
Yes, only ass, explicit ass.
Ass.
And,
Abaddon got
thank
that ass resonation that healed come through today. That was pretty good.
Yep.
That's going to be our first T-shirt.
But
Ass
Megan's going to
resonation.
give us our sign out.
Yeah, so once again, thank you guys so much, but also thank you Soul Eater Mirage, thank you fellow stand user Galleon, of course, Tipsy123 and Shando7 for the follows tonight. You guys are helping us get to our goals. We really appreciate it. Catch us next Monday for another At the Table stream, At the Table Gaming streaming, and you guys have a wonderful night and. Bye.
Jabba Blue.